Factorio is usually a game about patience, ratios, planning, calmly solving problems one crafting chain at a time. Warptorio does not allow for that. This is my entire world now, my warp platform. Every 10 minutes it rips itself out of reality and drops me somewhere new, bringing only whatever I managed to bolt onto this slab of metal. It's a factory that cannot grow on a timer I cannot pause. The longer I stay in any one zone, the worse it gets. The waves don't just keep coming, they scale. So what would normally be quiet, head-scratching optimization turns into non-stop, eyes-bleeding tower defense carnage. It's easily my favorite mod in Factorio, and I'm coming into the Space Age update with a lot of confidence. Prior to the release of Space Age, I played this mod a lot. I know how this goes, or at least I thought I did, because the moment I loaded in, I saw a single message, and in an instant, my expectations melted away. The first 11 hours of this playthrough just became something completely different. I began this playthrough based on a lot of assumptions from Warptorio 2 pre-Space Age. I assumed that I would want a really strong start, so I increased the frequency, size, richness, everything I can about my starting ore patches. Upon spawning into the world, I see this message, which immediately changed every single assumption I had going into this. For now, things are stable, but that will change with Logistic Science Pack or Ground Platform Upgrade. My mind was racing immediately, thinking of just what kind of shenanigans I can get up to. The good news is I have plenty of time to ponder that while I do the standard Factorio opener, looking for coal rocks and getting some iron producing. I then use said iron to build more miners so that I can get more coal for more miners to get more materials to build more miners. Welcome to Factorio. I usually make the mistake of not taking nearby biter nests serious enough in the early games, so I'm going to be watching more for that this time. I get a little bit of copper production going, but you really don't need much copper for this starting section. With iron and copper producing, my next goal is science and technology. You can see a few new technologies here in the tech tree. The two technologies that will kick off the warp mechanics are the ground floor platform upgrade and green science. This feels like a good way for players to stockpile a little and get their feet underneath them before kicking off the warp mechanics. As you can see in the top left, if the warp timer was running, I would only get 10 minutes on this planet before warping away. I'll explain the warping part of Warptorio more in a few minutes. I want to see just how much I can extract from this warp zone before being forced away from it. Maybe these dense ore patches were a mistake. There is a warp platform underneath this rocket ship. It's just really hard to see underneath the iron ore. There are a handful of technologies that I can research before kicking off the warp mechanics, and obviously the first is going to be automation. The research finishes and I can quickly start crafting my first assembling machines. These will allow me to start automating the components to build out the rest of the factory. I want to continue researching more technology, selecting military and turret because I'm so scared about biters messing with my early game like they did last time. I really try my best to learn from my mistakes. I'm also going to be picking up Warptorio mining productivity. This will help me get more ore more quickly. In theory anyway. I continue automating my starting resources to take the strain off of my own character. A lesson that I wish I would have carried for the rest of the playthrough, but we'll get there. I automate green circuits next, selecting another research for logistics. I get some copper running onto a belt and make sure to keep an eye on my pollution. Am I a little overly cautious here? Probably, but hey, check this out. I can walk on water in this mod pack. Unfortunately, this also means that the enemies can walk on water. I want to get out and deal with those nearby biter nests ASAP, selecting fast inserters and, more importantly, repair packs. While I run out to check out those nearby nests, I will have my base start stockpiling some of these basic resources. I go all in on turret creeping and pretty quickly realize that I brought nowhere near enough ammo. Tail tucked firmly between my legs, I'll be right back. While more ammo is producing, I might as well continue with automation, getting more supplies to build out my starter base? I'm not really sure what to call this factory because once I warp away, I will not be able to easily access it again. I head back south with a bit more ammunition this time and completely destroy the biters. This was the only nest that was near enough to be of any concern right now, so I'm back to building. That's going to require a lot more resources, going for electric miners, radar, and then physical projectile damage 1 to save on iron, and weapon shooting speed, because I can? There are only so many things I can research right now, so I might as well grab them. Plus, the shooting speed will actually be helpful in this early push. I expand and semi-automate my power production, leading to more automation of materials. I set up some more science to get through these technologies, and more labs because I'm just such a patient fella. Without a biter nest in sight, I'm gonna keep building. It's time to start getting serious about resource production, building out my first furnace stack. Oh right, I should pick up lamps because I'm a professional YouTuber. In hindsight, making these ore patches this dense was a bit silly. I am just gonna be building all across them. It doesn't matter, they're so rich. Plus, with the additional levels of Warptorio mining productivity, you can really get a lot out of these starting patches. I'm also going to research walls, steel, and heavy armor, just in case. My radars might reveal more nearby nests. Let there be light. Gosh, it really does look better when it's illuminated. I really hope I don't completely forget to use lamps later in the game. I just have to sit and appreciate when, even with like 5 things in my base, I'm already having a little bit of spaghettification happening. If you like spaghetti builds, you will be a fan of Warptorio. Solving the puzzle is one of the core aspects of Factorio gameplay, and Warptorio turns that up to 11. Usually, the space in which you have to build things is not a limiting factor. Speaking of space, my radars have revealed more biter nests, but they're so far away that my pollution cloud is nowhere near reaching them. So let's make that pollution cloud even bigger. For context, my warp platform with 0 upgrades right now is about the size of this boiler setup. Yeah, my space to build is going to become very restricted. I set up some steel production and some steel chests to start stockpiling materials. I am now completely out of research that I can do without enabling the warp mechanics. So, just how big am I gonna build here? Note the wave time number in the top left of the screen. Previously, Warptorio 2 made it so that your platform released an ungodly amount of pollution. This encouraged gigantic biter waves to come after you very quickly, limiting your time on planets. In Space Age, this has been changed to waves of increasing difficulty. Since I have no idea what's heading my way once I kick things off, I feel that getting some walls automated is prudent. I supersize my copper production, setting up a few turrets, just in case. I want to stockpile as many materials like red science as I can before kicking off the warps. An assembler's footprint is a 3x3 area, and if I were to fill that same amount of area with 9 steel chests filled up with red science, I could bring 86,400 with me. I'm not gonna go quite that crazy, but I hope you can see where I'm going with this. I don't want to ruin the Warptorio experience for myself, but even with this gigantic over-the-top base that I'm starting with, I don't. I hear you Factorio veterans out there saying that this factory is completely insignificant, and it is, but let's take a look at what my platform size actually is. Yep, this tiny walled-in area is the current size of my warp platform. I'm going to stockpile everything that I can, and just because I can't craft green science right now doesn't mean that I can't prepare for it. Actually, that kind of gives me an idea. Space Age added parameterization to blueprints, and I might be able to abuse that. I put down some end-of-the-line chest buffers, and watch my monstrosity run as I start coming up with a plan for just how big I actually want to take this. My base currently doesn't have much more to produce, so my pollution cloud isn't going to get much bigger than this. So I'm going to make the fatal flaw of determining the size of my walls before the size of my factory. This is probably a bad design choice, but I'm just letting my heart guide me and having some fun here. Yeah, totally. This looks like the perfect size for what I want to get done? Question mark, question mark, question mark? Again, I have no idea what's coming my way once I turn everything on, so hopefully 2 lines of turrets will be enough. This is why that weapon shooting speed upgrade was so important. It's going to allow me to put more damage over these walls. Somehow, by pure dumb luck, I ended up laying it out perfectly to fit these 4 furnace stacks on the side. I will note that I am technological eons away from getting bots, and I have to build everything by hand. I'm going back to my Factorio roots with this build, setting up an ammo belt that is going to circle the entire base. Do you like how I'm already planning this wall out to end at the lake? The one that both myself and my enemies can walk across unimpeded? Yeah, no problems with this defense. As I run these 2 belts of ore into my new furnace stacks, again, you might find yourself wondering what the heck I'm doing. Honestly, how much stockpiling can I actually be doing here? But I am so curious about my idea with parameterized blueprints. I just have to build a few more things first. 4 belts of iron seems reasonable, and I'm making sure to prioritize all of the splitters towards my ammo production. After all, if that fails, then the rest of the base will fall. I'm feeling more secure already, even though I kinda have to feed some of these turrets manually for the moment. This whole idea is definitely coming together as I build it. I won't need as much copper as I do iron, so I'm only going to be building 2 furnace stacks for it. Despite all of this additional infrastructure, my pollution cloud is staying fairly stable. All of these builds that I'm constructing right now are really only running for a few seconds, and then they fill up and sit there idle. My idea is to gear up for one giant burst of production. For the fans of bus-style bases out there, eat your hearts out, because this is the only time I'm going to be able to use a bus in this playthrough. My little starter base over here has been faithfully producing items this entire time, and I'm going to start storing some of them on my platform. As I build out the rest of this base, I want to make sure that this red science continues to run. I've roughly determined where I want my southern wall to be, setting up for a couple additional furnace stacks. After all, I do want stone and steel as well. Gosh, I really hope this works the way I'm hoping it will. I plug in the new main bus, and I start getting myself ready for some real automation, which is going to include gears on the bus. I'm so sorry, it's early game, sue me. I quickly start fleshing out larger builds for the automation that I've already established. I re-automate everything, the inserters, the belts, and of course, absolutely everything else that I am currently capable of building. As all of those buffers begin to fill, I take a look at my power network, which is finally lagging behind. Before addressing that, I'll just quickly finish moving and expanding my copper mine. And now I'm going to completely arbitrarily decide that this is where my corner goes. I will definitely not end up regretting building this wall before finalizing all of my production. With the rough size of my factory determined, I can now finish enclosing it. Mostly, I'm still neglecting the fact that we can walk on water in this mod pack, so this one section of the north wall goes completely undefended. But this does mean that I can complete my ammo belt, so my entire perimeter defense will be supplied with ammunition. Taking a look at the bird's eye view, it's looking decent, I guess. Now it's time to fill in the rest of it. Step 1 is going to be increasing my power generation. Because this base has grown so organically, I'm going to spend a bit of time rerouting belts just to give myself a bit more room. I have now re-automated everything except for red science in this starter area, so I feel comfortable in cutting it off. While those belts empty out, I'm going to build my steel and stone production at the south end of the base. We can now see the effects of choosing the size of your factory before knowing the size that your factory needs to be? Live me says it all. Oh god, what have I done? After a little bit of shenanigans, I get it all running and it looks functional, I think. Cool, the rest of the steel smelting goes here, and yeah, I planned it out perfectly, totally on purpose. I'm really trying to keep these products away from the outside walls. I know I have a little bit more room to run belts over there, but it felt dangerous. Probably should have just made the whole thing bigger. But with no jankiness at all, I managed to add a few more products to my bus. Stone bricks, steel, and coal. Wait a minute, I just have red science. What the heck am I using them for? Well, my friends, as I empty out this little starting section of my base in order to deconstruct it, it's almost time to reveal the crux of my plan. I fill the area back in with more iron miners, plug them into the last 2 furnace stacks, completing that, and I'm on to re-automating red science. But not like that rinky-dink build I just took apart. Oh no, I want a lot of red science. 54 red science assemblers? Yeah, that sounds okay. To complement my red science build, I'm going to automate the components of green science, inserters and belts. Now, a couple minutes ago, I mentioned parameterized blueprints, and they are going to be what allows me to really cheese this stockpiling phase. It took me a minute to remember how they worked, and the assembler alone will not allow me to select the recipe I want. But for whatever reason, if I include an inserter with some kind of filter on it, it really doesn't matter. Once I enter the parameterization screen, I am able to set my recipe to green science. This is despite not having green science researched. As I paste the recipe to these other assemblers, they are all indicating that I cannot craft this item. Well, I can't, but once I unlock the technology, these assemblers will automatically start producing green science. I then build out green science to match my red science. 54 is slightly inadequate, so I will tack on just a few more to match my red science production. Generally speaking, you need about 6 green science assemblers for every 5 red science assemblers, so this is good enough. But this got me thinking, why just go after green science? I can quite easily produce military science in the exact same way. There's still plenty of room in this base to sneak more things, so let's do the exact same process automating grenades. A lot of grenades. That leaves walls, which I'm already producing, and red ammunition for military science. I'm going to overbuild the yellow ammo required to produce this red ammo in order to have a second input of ammo to the belt feeding my perimeter defenses. I get that whipped together in a jiffy, and the more I look at this, the more I sit here thinking to myself, please work when you turn on. As predicted, my pollution cloud has remained pretty much static. That leaves only this top corner for me to jam a whole bunch of military science assemblers into. I'm not doing anything fancy here, just 2 belts of materials in and 1 belt of materials out. With absolutely no spaghetti or shenanigans or mistakes. Please work when I turn you on. But alright, now with 60 military science assemblers, what am I going to do with the rest of this space? Nobody told me that I only had to stockpile in this first warp zone, so I'm going to try and get as much research done as I possibly can before I'm forced to leave. Because I am going to be limited by the amount of time I have on the planet, it makes sense to put down as many labs as I possibly can. I am going to be filling every available space with as many labs as I can get science to. This many labs is definitely going to require another upgrade to my power system. I love how tiny my little warp platform in the middle of all of this is. Do you think this is what the mod author had in mind when they added this mechanic? I expand my power across the entire north end of my base, realize that I left myself no room to get water to the boilers, completely tear it down, rebuild it, and then add a little bit more. Again, I'm not doing any math on what my power requirements will be or anything like that. I'm just letting my heart guide me and having fun building. A style of play in this game that I feel is woefully underrepresented. At least that's gonna be my excuse for sucking so much. My factory is currently using about 4 megawatts of its now 80 megawatt capacity. Sounds good to me. I've hinged this entire playthrough so far on this moment, so I felt it was prudent to test. I'm gonna leave you in suspense as to how fast that first research went, but as you can see, I'm now producing green science, and a couple problems have been revealed. A couple scattered problems with the builds themselves, that's easily corrected, but it also revealed the importance of the order in which I research things. Green science is producing, but it's taking a couple minutes to percolate the belts. That, and now I definitely want to go bigger. So I'll start with the not-so-easy task of getting more iron routed down to the grenades. That was one of the issues I revealed. This right here is what Factorio is all about to me. Just slowly solving the puzzle one piece at a time. I'm also going to need to feed a lot more coal over to the grenade build. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to preserve as much usable space as possible while doing so. I really want bots already. I need to move these iron belts down so I can fit more labs in. Just look at all this room for activities. I install the next row of labs, and I'm still not satisfied. Here, let me fill in some of these spaces around the coal mine. Oh, would you just look at it? It's beautiful. I now have 178 labs. I can squeeze in a few more. Also, on the topic of go big or go home, I'm going to reinforce this wall a little bit more. My test didn't reveal anything too scary to me, but I didn't run it for very long. As I debate capturing this oil to the south as well, I feel like I need to add a little bit of context as to where my head was at. Warptorio was initially conceptualized by Nonos and then updated to Warptorio 2 by Pyrofire. Warptorio 2 by Pyrofire is the version that I fell in love with. I can confidently state that the majority of my hours playing Factorio are actually playing Warptorio. Fast forward to the present day, and Venka123 has updated Warptorio 2 to Space Age. This obviously requires a myriad of changes to take place for balance reasons. As was the case in my previous Factorio video, in this one, I am going to fail constantly to Space Age. I came into this playthrough with a lot of pre-existing assumptions, and am going to make a lot of mistakes because of that. Hopefully, we can all learn from my mistakes, and maybe I can inspire you to try playing out this mod pack for yourself. I know that I'm already planning my next playthrough. Long story short here, I desperately wanted oil based on my Warptorio 2 experience. My thought process was to boost myself towards bots as well as having flamethrowers for a reliable defense. Right now, I'm thinking about putting together some oil processing, a bunch of cracking. Maybe there's room on the platform for that. I'm really trying to set myself up for success here. I know how unforgiving Warptorio can be if you're not prepared. Unfortunately, being so caught up in that train of thought, I completely neglected to remember things like Fulgora is a planet that is an entire ocean of heavy oil. But, kind of similar to these science assemblers, I am able to lay out this entire oil field before even having pump jacks researched. So I do just that, also enclosing it in turrets. I then run an oil line all the way through this massive pasta back to my warp platform. In theory, I could do the exact same shenanigans that I did with military and green science to collect blue science, but I don't want to completely ruin Warptorio for myself. After all, as I add even more turrets to my walls, I'm about 10 hours into this playthrough and I haven't researched green science yet. I realize my foolishness adding some additional turrets to this completely undefended gap. That should probably be fine. I did mention wanting more labs, and I think I can squeeze a couple of more through this gap right here. Watching this back, I can admit how ridiculous it is, but I can't deny how much fun I had setting all of this up. Every single little gap that I can plug with more labs, I am. One of the first warp technologies that I'll be getting will increase the size of my warp platform, so I can increase the amount of storage I have. With everything set that I can possibly have set right now, I think I'm ready. Let's watch this first technology research in real time. Okay, time to queue up more research. Note that I am not choosing to research the ground platform quite yet, sticking only with green science. Green science starts the wave timer, whereas the ground floor research starts the warp timer. With only the wave timer running, my remaining time on this planet will be determined by how long I can survive instead of being forced to teleport in 10 minutes. The first technologies I prioritize have everything to do with speed. I want to be able to both produce and research things faster. I'm also going to be upgrading my turret damage as much as I'm capable because that's what's going to keep me alive. I find myself just sitting here, willing my green science to travel along the belts faster. As I research additional lab speed, more labs are receiving science packs, and my little science snowball is officially rolling. Seeing how green science is behaving, I want military science producing immediately, then queuing up the things I need for oil while military science fills the belts. I'm still correcting the odd little boo-boo in my build, but this is going exactly how I hoped it would. Just look at the research flying off the shelf, and these labs are still not fully saturated. As my base focuses on science, I'm gonna build up the next tier of material processing. Physical projectile damage and some great progression techs are next, electrical energy distribution being a must in this mod pack. I'm now able to craft the pump jacks, so I'll be handcrafting those while I run down to set them up. I think this is going about as smoothly as I could have hoped for, and as you can see, some enemy waves are starting to appear, but they're nothing these turrets can't handle. I stage some oil storage on my warp platform and start crafting a bunch of engines. Like I mentioned, my entire mind space was getting an established ground platform, which means flamethrowers. And as that last batch of technology finishes, it's all going so quickly, I can queue up the technology for flamethrowers as well as more oil-related technology, leading me towards red chips and maybe bots? To increase my production, I'm also going to throw on a bunch of mining productivity just because it's so cheap. My single coal belt is nowhere near adequate enough to be feeding all of these boilers, so I sneak another one in from the back. Tee-hee-hee, I'm just making sure that it's running at this point. Next, I'm going to commit to the research for blue science and just start grabbing anything that I feel makes sense. I'll note that I've already unlocked the ability to research planets, but I'm too scared to do that right now. I need to get my legs under me a little bit more. This is still the first warp zone. Cut me some slack. My pollution cloud has erupted because of all the production I'm pushing out, and I'm starting to get some damage from these waves. Just keep researching, man. It's still alive. Modules, landfill, sure. I'll also make sure to buffer as much oil as I can bring with me. I've managed to survive all the way to wave 25, but I have to be repairing some of these wall sections. They're not going to hold up for much longer. Because I know that my time is coming to an end here, I'm now going to focus on these warp technologies. I can queue up a few increases to the size of both my ground platform and factory platform. My first time playing Warptorio, this platform mechanic absolutely blew my mind. You're gonna see it real soon. Alright, so the biter threat is officially overwhelming me, and I haven't even seen the bad threats yet. Watching the factory after this many minutes, it's clear that I did not ratio things very well at all. Most of my labs are not working currently, but as long as I'm still plowing through research, I can't complain. Again, this is still Warp Zone 1, he says, as the real threats start showing up. You're seeing that correctly. That is a pentapod stomper on Nauvis. As the wave number and overall evolution of my worlds continue to grow, I will be attacked by biters, pentapods, demolishers, you name it. Somewhat to my surprise, I'm still able to continue researching, so I'm going to go after a warp time extension. Each level of this will extend the warp timer, allowing me to remain in each location for longer. When that warp timer hits 0, I'm forced to warp to the next zone. I think it's official though. I'm not going to be surviving here any longer. The big boys are coming from all sides, and they're not the only ones attacking me. There goes my oil production, okay. As my ears start to bleed from the alerts going off, I'm running around the base collecting every last item I possibly can to bring with me. I'll try my best to sneak in a couple more researches, but I'm grasping at straws at this point. I bide my time waiting until my base completely runs out of power before hitting the warp button, and now I am officially playing Warptorio. As you can see, anything that is connected to my ground platform comes with me when I warp. Unfortunately, because Space Age, the instance that I just left is still active, so I get to continue hearing alerts while I clean up this mess. Just like that entire base, over 11 hours of effort, is condensed into what you see on screen right now. Was it worth it? Absolutely! Let's play some Warptorio. I first want to secure my platform surrounding the entire perimeter with turrets backed up by flamethrowers. For flamethrower fuel, I will simply be using the crude oil that I stockpiled on Nauvis, but I want to get to light oil as soon as I can. And because I'm terrified of losing things, I double up the wall around the entire perimeter. Given that walls are only effective against biters and not really any other enemies, this seems a little silly in hindsight. Especially because I've built one layer of the wall outside of the perimeter of my platform, so it's going to be left behind. But I can set up some power generation, including a water buffer tank, because not every zone I visit will have water available, like this void I'm currently in. In the void, there are no waves, so it's a great opportunity to build up my base. When the warp timer hits 0, I get automatically teleported away. And yeah, this is the factory floor. I'll get to that once I finish up on the ground floor here. Water is going to be an ongoing issue for this entire playthrough, although I don't feel it had to be. For now, the best option I have is buffering it inside of a tank. Of course, I'm going to want ammo production automated on another circular ammo belt, so I start setting that up. And I'm really thankful for the flamethrowers right now, as they're keeping my base safe as the turrets sit there without any ammunition yet. Flamethrowers by themselves are not ideal though, so I will add a little bit of ammunition manually because this corner is starting to take some real damage. With that, I want to officially welcome you to the Warptorio experience, frantically organizing yourself, building your base up, while being constantly bombarded by enemy waves. And here's my first Demolisher paying my base a visit on wave 22. The damage caused by that guy, as well as the unending biter waves, lead me to believe that I'm done here. There are a few different types of warp zones. When I landed on this one, it said that there's something that the locals wanted to tell me. This type of warp zone has biter nests that spawn right next to the platform. There are several different types of warp zone within the different planets, and I'll discuss them more as I encounter them. With things seemingly stabilized in this warp zone, let's check out this factory floor. This floor is intended entirely to automate resources on. No enemies can access this area, so every machine down here is safe. I then realized it's probably smarter to be storing all of my materials down in this safe space as opposed to the ground floor. Since the factory floor is so small, I'm going to primarily rely on hand feeding as I get a few more technologies. That includes hand feeding iron to the ammo build, something I hopefully won't forget to do. The next warp zone I land in has the same modifier, with the biter nests being close to the factory, but they are randomized. I just happened to get this type twice in a row. With all of the materials I stockpiled in Warp Zone 1, bulk crafting a bunch of green science is no issue. I'll also take this moment to note that power is transferred across the entire factory floor without the use of power poles. This is a big change in Space Age, and I love it. Unfortunately, I am going to be spending a lot of time hand feeding. Initially, it was my intention to hand feed until I could get bots to take over. We'll see how that one pans out. All of that science is going to help me unlock advanced oil processing. It produces a significantly higher yield of oil products, and let's face it, with this little space to work with, I want as much productivity as I can muster. Also, quickly going back to the topic of warp zones, you'll note that my next planet just changed to the Void. I can manually select warping to an area if I wanted to get back to the Void. Once I unlock other planets like Fulgora, Vulcanus, Gleba, they will start appearing as options that I can warp to. The waves seem to be ramping up in strength quickly too, because I'm only at wave 5 and I need to get out of here. In preparation for advanced oil processing, I'm setting up a single output pipe across all of my refineries that gets filtered into tanks by pumps. I saw speedrunners using this type of build, and I thought it was way better than the 900 undergrounds I used to rely on. With basic oil processing, I can only get petroleum gas, but that's all I need to create sulfur and plastic with blue science in my sights. And now for one of the most fun ongoing tasks in this mod pack. Realizing that I need a little bit more space, so how can I rerun all of this to make that work? Look at that, I gained an entire extra row of tiles. That's so exciting. To me. In between crafting upstairs, I'm making sure to pop downstairs to keep these assemblers running. Foolishly not realizing that inserters can do this much better than I can. Slowly but surely, my platform is starting to look like a factory. I was almost feeling confident there for a second until the demolisher showed up. I guess this is a great way to get some early tungsten, so thank you? I should note that while going through this playthrough, the mod pack did update a couple of times, and so I don't think these demolishers are still showing up this early. I can't find the documentation to back this up, but I'm pretty sure that after I updated, I no longer experienced these early demolishers. As I finish harvesting the first demolisher, a second one pokes its nose into view, so I think it's time to get off this warp zone. The next one that I go to is a different variation. It says, time to get some resources. All around me are super dense nodes of coal, iron, stone, and copper ore. Unfortunately, no oil, but I don't need it, and no uranium, but that's a later problem. My next step towards blue science and advanced oil processing are red chips. Yep, all getting hand-fed. Watching back this footage is so painful, and it is not gonna get better. Warptorio has a habit of putting me in a reactive mindset instead of a proactive mindset. Next for blue science are engine units, and of course, if I'm gonna sit here suffering through all of my hand feeding, so are you. I'm just kidding. I'll try to not make it too egregious. Warptorio also introduces a really interesting mechanic of chores. Every time I get to a new warp zone that has water, I have to make sure to hook it up to my base so that my power doesn't run out. Just like hand-feeding iron into the ammo, it's something that I have to do, or I'm gonna have a very bad time. Now that I have some science packs built up, it's time to restart the researching process. Priority number 1, obviously, is advanced oil processing. Unfortunately, the tech tree is pointing me towards Gleba being my first planet. With my first 22 blue science, let's get this going. Advanced oil processing is not a particularly exciting technology in the grand scope of the game, especially since the Space Age expansion came out. I feel like Warptorio has this very interesting way of making every small bit of progression feel so much more impactful than it really is. I think it's because it really makes you work for it. Before I know it, the technology unlocks, and it's time to sort out my priorities. I'm not ready for Gleba. I immediately switch my oil refineries over to advanced oil processing to start getting those additional products. Oh right, I forgot about this chore. I am also hand-feeding coal into my boilers. As I try to navigate my base, I kinda had a realization. I'm doing a modded playthrough. Why the heck am I not using Squeak Through? Squeak Through allows my character to squeak through pipes that I would normally not be able to pass through. Now that I have light oil, I want to suck all of the crude out of my flamethrowers and supply them with light oil as fuel instead. It is far more efficient. With the flamethrowers shooting pretty much non-stop, I want as much efficiency as I can manage. I also downloaded a second mod, Disco Science. I mean, this one's just a given. That's all I'm going to be running though, Warptorio, Squeak Through, and Disco Science. With advanced oil processing unlocked, my next target is absolutely going to be bots, beelining technologies to them. Look at how pretty these labs are. I don't understand why Disco Science is not default. I find another type of warp zone. There's nothing out of the ordinary here. And I need to use this sweet break in the action to mine more materials. That's actually the first time I've established any kind of mining since leaving the first warp zone. I'm also going to stockpile a bunch of iron and copper to bring with me. Of course, all of my smelting is going to be hand-fed. Muppet. A problem with having these miners so close to my base is that even though the biters don't seem too bothered with them, my flamethrowers destroy them. I'll try setting them up a little closer, but this feels like a losing battle. I blast through the technologies leading me to bots, but I'm waiting on more materials for them. To assist me with this, and because I have so much red science stockpiled, I'm going to get a bunch of the warp character inventory upgrades. These will increase my carrying capacity significantly. Aw, pure red science technologies are boring. In the next warp zone, I try stringing a bunch of electrical poles to a nearby iron node. Another thing that I noticed is that the wave enemies do not seem to care about non-military infrastructure very much. I will come to find out that if I had just left these miners here unprotected, they would have been ignored. Of course, I don't know this yet, so I'm setting up some turrets. I should note that this is only the case for the wave enemies, not all enemies. With the amount of time I spend running around doing chores, I should definitely have automated this properly. 2 assemblers working non-stop would definitely have given me more benefit than 8 assemblers working every now and then. I guess there is a little bit of Factorio ASMR here as I'm feeding red circuits into my blue science one by one. My oil processing is about to stall out because I'm not using any heavy oil, so I set up a quick little cracking setup. I am no master of circuit conditions, but setting a pump to turn on or off whenever the tank is full, that feels like something that even I can handle. You are all going to be so proud of me for what I come up with later. I'll quickly note that the only way for me to gather resources is what we're witnessing right now. I've noticed that the biters tend to attack on certain angles, and I'm hoping that this isn't one of them. A bunch of hand-feeding blue science later, and I have unlocked construction bots. Throughout unlocking bots, I burned through my entire supply of oil. I am out of crude and I am out of petroleum gas, which means that these flamethrowers are going to run out of juice before long. I'll use this opportunity to try and eke out just a little bit more storage space. I have built myself a car to scout around the area. You gotta love a coal-powered car. But after a quick scout around, the amount of biter nests in my nearby area make me quickly realize that I am not getting oil from this warp zone. Instead, I'll start automating the components of bots, starting with batteries. Here, I need a little bit more space. Let me move all of my raw materials to new random chests. Whatever fits, I just want it to work. A quick lubricant and electric engine setup follow. They feed into flying robot frame assemblers, and as long as this oil holds out, I should have bots pretty soon. I do find some oil in the next zone, and a fair amount of it, though it's quite a ways from my base. One quick pipeline coming up. It's just that easy. The problem with building so far away is despite the number of pump jacks that I'm going to be able to place down, they only have a short amount of time to produce for. I only have 12 minutes left on this planet, but that's assuming I can survive 12 minutes. I usually bail around the 10-minute mark because things at the platform are getting a little too heated. So as quickly as the oil production goes up, it has to be torn right back down. Before leaving a planet, I have to make sure to grab anything I want to keep because if I don't, it gets left behind. I would prefer to not waste any resources. Resources which I have actually managed to stockpile a fair few of, so I'm back in the void. The void always presents such a nice opportunity to catch up on some production, catch up on some building. The only caveat being that I have to bring the materials with me to the void, including water to run my power system off of. The void lives up to its name. There's nothing here. As I continue catching up on a bunch of hand-feeding, my planet discovery for Gleba finishes researching. For now, though, I am going to pivot to a bit of quality of life, going for modular armor and solar panels. I definitely want personal roboports to take some of the building demand off of myself. I had a few additional red circuits kicking around, so I upgraded my assembling machines with their first speed modules. Anything that's going to allow me to produce more materials more quickly. The reason I said that the technologies were pointing me towards Gleba is check out my warp technologies. My next factory floor and warp timer extensions both use agricultural science. There is another major unlock behind agricultural science, but I can't see it until I start progressing on the planet itself. Oh, Gleba, the planet that I struggled with most in my first playthrough of Space Age, and it's the one that I have to start with today. I need bacteria, or spoilage, or something. I'm gonna need some pentapod eggs, which of course means saying hello to the locals. I've now found both types of bacteria, but that's not all I need. I did find jelly nuts, but I'm still looking for Yumako. Using Alt-D, I'm checking a large area to figure out where these Yumako bushes are. And I'm just realizing that in order to construct biochambers, I need landfill, which I did not end up researching. So hopefully there's enough science back at the base. Phew, okay, we're good. But I want to make a note that certain items and recipes can only be crafted on certain surfaces. I'm still on the planet Gleba, but because I'm on my factory floor, I'm unable to craft biochambers. Coming to the ground floor, I am able to. This emphasizes needing to use the ground floor for certain resources, something that you could cheese in previous versions of Warptorio. This is a change I really agree with. For technology, I'm just queuing up a few more toys for my modular armor. Alright, bear with me as I try to remember how these Gleba mechanics work. It seems that all of that information was deleted from my brain since my last playthrough. I do manage to set up the very base level of resources in 4 biolabs, but this Gleba process is going to be ongoing. Remember, I can only stay on these planets for so long before my defenses are overwhelmed. I'm back on Nauvis, but because I set these recipes on Gleba, they are retained by the machines through the warps. I managed to craft enough nutrients to unlock the agricultural science pack technology. And here I can show proof that because I'm not on Gleba, I cannot set several of these recipes. In case you're curious, I cannot use parameterized blueprints to set these recipes. I can still mock up a build, but I won't be able to produce anything until I can get back to Gleba to set these recipes. Which is a bit of an issue when things like nutrients spoil in only 5 minutes. Because I'm on the spoilage timer, I want to get back to Gleba as quickly as I can. There's a problem with going back to the same planet over and over in quick succession, though. It looks like I'm back on my previous planet. This makes things a bit challenging because all of the enemies and wave progression that were on this planet are still here. I'm trying my best to get a few more eggs, but they get me instead. Just south of my platform, I find this Demolisher, but luckily he's also heading south, so I'm not too worried about him. I am worried about the wave of wrigglers and biters that just spawned here, though. Then I realized, why fight with Gleba when I can get resources for pretty much free on Fulgora using scrap recycling? Plus, I can maybe start carving out some of this oil setup because Fulgora is a planet of heavy oil, eliminating the need for the refineries and all the room they're taking up. Come to think of it, it's not helping me progress in the tech tree, but Vulcanus would help with my raw material situation. Because these planet discoveries are only gated behind red and green science in Warptorio, why not? I'll take any excuse to procrastinate with Gleba a bit longer. I make it to Fulgora for the first time, realizing that I'm gonna have to equip this platform to handle every planet. I need full lightning rod coverage every time I come to Fulgora, and I'm pretty sure that means I'm also going to need full heat coverage on Aquilo. That's a problem for future Egg. Current Egg has enough to deal with. I can kick off my Fulgoran adventures by harvesting a vault which unlocks recycling. And I'll make sure to take a moment or two to grab all of the scrap and materials that I can. Recycling scrap gives a small chance for a whole bunch of different items, a few of which I don't even have the technology to be aware of yet. In my previous Space Age playthrough, I don't remember finding these fulgurite chunks. They must be new, and I love it because they give a fair amount of holmium. Holmium will definitely be my limiting factor when producing electromagnetic science. This is also the first ribbon world that I'm encountering. This is not a glitch, this is a world type that is available in the base game. It's always amusing to me to see biters on Fulgora, or demolishers on Nauvis, or any of these fun things that Warptorio is putting me through. With Vulcanus unlocked, I am chomping at the bit to get there. It is my favorite planet. No lightning, no spoilage, just really territorial neighbors. To kick off my Vulcanus adventure, I need to find a bunch of tungsten in the local rocks. Calcite is arguably the most important resource that I'm going to find on this planet. It's going to facilitate my material processing going from basic smelting to foundries. All of those materials I grab from Fulgora allow me to craft big electric poles without any problems. That's really convenient. I get that tied into the base power, immediately unlocking calcite processing. I jump off of my existing sulfuric acid build in order to start constructing some tungsten carbide. Vulcanus has geysers of sulfuric acid, and I did consider storing some on my platform as opposed to creating it myself. I'm going to talk more about my decision to not do that when I upgrade my power system. With tungsten carbide now rolling, I unlock the recipe for the foundry, a machine that I'm gonna need refined concrete to construct. And I'm already out of space. Yeah, I need to get rid of this oil stuff. Since I was just on Fulgora, I guess I'll come back to Gleba. I want to minimize the chance of ending up on my old planets again. As gorgeous as those foundries are, I have to stay focused on the task at hand. Agricultural science will allow me to expand my factory floor. Watching this back, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm getting all these eggs because 4 biochambers isn't enough. I definitely need more. No way I'll just turn them all into science. The Yumako that I had processed last time all spoiled, so I have to find a bit more of that. And proceed to invest all of those eggs into a few agricultural science packs. At least I can get the research started. Yeah, I want to go back to Fulgora. Let's just ignore the nearly spoiled jelly nuts in my inventory. Looking back with the power of hindsight, why, oh why am I insisting on hand-feeding all of my Gleba machines? I know that I'm out of room, but I don't need the oil refineries. I don't need this gigantic crude oil buffer. What am I doing? I'm just gonna go collect some resources on random plateaus around Fulgora. That'll make me feel better. I squeeze in the most basic recycler automation, a chest feeding into a recycler feeding into a chest. With the amount of scrap I'm currently collecting, this is adequate. Another really nice perk to Fulgora is I don't need to worry about keeping my water filled. The platform comes with a built-in accumulator to transfer power between floors. The lightning storms on Fulgora keep it filled while my boilers sit there thirsty. Just look at all this random stuff I'm getting from scrap. So useful. To achieve any more progress, I'm gonna have to get myself some more room on this platform, tearing out the old bot setup. Yeah, remember how I have bots unlocked and haven't used them at all yet? I get so distracted so easily. Right now, I want this additional space I've created to go towards foundries. Be sure to only craft one in an assembling machine. All subsequent foundries should be crafted in a foundry. Foundries have a base 50% productivity bonus. What this means is for every 2 recipes of ingredients I put in, I will get 3 out. Foundries also enable the crafting of big mining drills, which I'm gonna want ASAP. So obviously, I'm gonna tear out this temporary carbon setup and install a holmium one instead? Foundries are not the only machines with that 50% inherent productivity bonus. The biolabs have it as well, and so do electromagnetic plants from Fulgora, which is what I'm working towards. This unlocks electromagnetic science and some new toys. I really want Tesla turrets, but I'm a long ways off of those. Recognizing how foolishly large this crude oil buffer is, I'm going to risk taking down a little bit of my power production to move it. I have to reiterate that I was so stuck in my old way of thinking from Warptorio 2 before Space Age. We are watching my learning process at work, and judging it for your entertainment, of course. Vulcanus allows me to create my base materials, iron, copper, and stone from lava. I'm going to be relying on lava inside of foundries instead of harvesting ore from Nauvis. I do think I would have been better sticking with calcite and raw ore recipes in the foundries as opposed to lava, but we'll discuss that more as I continue. I set up this little monstrosity to bring some molten iron with me wherever I go. While the stone byproduct from processing lava is helpful, it is also a problem because you get so much of it. Crafting landfill eats stone, so I'm gonna have an assembler coming directly off of the foundry doing just that. I'm sure I'll find use for the landfill. Oh, the pain. Yeah, keep carving out power to make more room for crude oil. A fun fluid mechanic in Factorio is that deconstructing these tanks will force all of the liquids from them into the adjoining inventories. As long as there's room in the other tanks, picking these ones up will simply distribute the oil evenly to the other tanks, so none is lost. Look at all this room for activities and janky pipes to create a molten copper buffer. I was so wrapped up in building that I completely lost track of my time on this planet, staying too long and encountering a demolisher, who broke my one and only foundry. That's really annoying, but at least I get a bunch of tungsten from his still smoldering corpse. That is, if these waves would actually allow me to collect it. My goodness. I hear another demolisher coming my way, and that's a big boy. I'm getting out of here. As I bail from the planet, electrical energy accumulation finishes researching. This should enable me to start setting up some remote mining on Fulgora. Eventually. I'm just going to stick to basics right now on Fulgora as I continue to figure out this Gleba problem. As I continue trying to design something, it's becoming painfully obvious that I need more space. Plus, I want to build something over top of that destroyed husk of a foundry sitting there. It's making me sad looking at it. I need to collect more eggs manually. This is going to be an ongoing problem. In my defense, at least I'm using the eggs to create more eggs this time instead of just wasting them all on science packs. Alright, let's see if I can get this factory platform upgrade. And, to no one's surprise, my awful build breaks. I realize that I have to craft more biochambers, but I shouldn't be doing it by hand. Stop! Like the foundries, I should be producing more biochambers inside of biochambers for the 50% productivity bonus. I really try to keep myself organized as best I can, which helps a lot with hand feeding. I could have avoided all of this with some simple automations, but you live, you learn, right? At the end of the day, as long as I'm having fun, I'm happy. Right, let's take another stab at this design. I know that bioflux is the core component to this. I'm trying to set up something basic that revolves around the bioflux. Literally. If I can manage to get a couple hundred agricultural science, I'm going to open up quite a few technologies. What I'm looking for most is the garden platform. But because of the warping mechanics, I have to spread my efforts out across the planets. What was I doing on Vulcanus? Oh, who knows? I'm just going to hand feed a bunch more science. Focus, man. Focus. One thing at a time. In my rush to get back to Gleba, I end up back on my previous planet. After the shortest of trips outside of my walls to find some materials, a demolisher came a-knocking. I'm still not using personal bots, but at least I have some repairing my walls now. After refilling my Yumako and Jelly Nut supplies, I've got to bail on this planet. It's too much. Honestly, aside from water and a bit of time to think, Nauvis isn't really giving me much at the moment. And in taking that time to think, I realized that after all of that preparation that I did before warping away from the first warp zone, things have kind of fallen into chaos. But like I mentioned in my Dave the Diver video, that's what happens when you march into the fog ahead. You have no idea if you're making the right choices until you look back and see it all laid out so clearly. This whole trip to Nauvis is seriously just me staring at my ground platform and thinking about what my next moves are. I decided not to split myself among all these different tasks and instead focus entirely on getting this factory platform upgrade finished. While I wait for Gleba to pop back up, I might as well continue stockpiling resources. A quality of life item I wish I'd gotten a little bit earlier is the tank. There's simply too much debris on this planet to navigate it effectively with a car. At least with this egghead behind the wheel. With everything I need gathered, it's time to kick off this newest version of the agricultural science build. The basic idea is that bioflux and nutrients from bioflux run on a central belt that then feeds the other machines. And it seems to be working. I have a couple issues with ratios, obviously, but I don't need it to be perfectly ratioed. I need it to produce 200 science packs. That's it. I am going to set a circuit condition to limit the amount of eggs that this machine will craft. What I don't want is a full belt of eggs spoiling and spawning a bunch of enemies in the center of my platform. But all right, it's alive and I'm producing science. I then realized even more folly in my plan. With my resource income being so limited, productivity modules are going to be critical. So it's back to Fulgora to get a bunch of free red circuits from scrap. I did not account for spoilage, so the system broke, but that's an easy fix. But an issue that I ran into in my last playthrough and still haven't quite resolved is spoilage getting stuck in the hands of inserters. I don't know how to solve this. My second issue is throughput. I'm relying on direct insertion using long-handed inserters from my Jellynut and Umako production into Bioflux. This is incredibly slow and is choking the build. Hoping to get away with a band-aid solution, I researched 2 levels of inserter capacity bonus. Then admit while the concept was good, I'm gonna have to do better. I just have to take a moment to appreciate these beautiful, serene working conditions I find myself in. No stress at all. Again, I don't want anything that I'm saying to come off as frustration. I love this. This is peak Factorio. I built something, I learned from it, and now I'm building it even better. Hopefully. It's effectively the exact same build, but now I'm using direct insertion using bulk inserters instead of long-handed ones. I'm now also supplying the Jellynut and Umako via chest instead of my hands. These early demolishers were such a pain to deal with. The amount of tungsten that I'm gathering from them is not worth this amount of destruction. I'm just finishing the repairs from the last demolisher when another one decides that it wants to show up. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's repair all of that damage. Is that a third coming from above? The minimap shows another 4 coming my way. I'm getting out of here. That was absolutely ridiculous. I hope it's abundantly clear why I'm trying to avoid going to the same planet repeatedly. All right, back on Vulcanus, I want foundries. Yes, foundries this time, not just the one. I make it back to Nauvis in the nick of time, right as my power grid is failing. Finally, I can start properly producing some materials in foundries, like the pipes and underground pipes that I am constantly replacing, stringing them out towards lava and water sources. For the first time, though, that power outage was not because of water, it's because I'm out of burnables. I really need to rethink my power situation. The next planet is randomized, and so I'm back on Fulgora, just making the best of my time as I wait for Gleba to pop back up. I find Gleba, and it's a brand new planet. Okay, let's get this done. I need to go hunting for Jellynut and Umako. Again, they all spoiled. I'm going to continue tweaking this build, but again, I don't need it to work forever. I just need it to work long enough that I can get these researches done. Assuming I haven't made any more errors, which I have, this should work. So I'll let that run as I try to get more coal for my power situation. It's going to continue limping along until I take the time to redesign it once I'm done with this technology. As you can see, even though I'm on the planet Nauvis, all of these recipes were set on Gleba, so this machine is just going to work for as long as it works. I've slapped a couple productivity modules into my labs, giving them an 8% productivity bonus. It doesn't seem like much, but over time, even 8% productivity will make a big difference. For the first time, I'm out gathering more Jellynut and Umako, not because it's spoiled, but because I ran out. That's a new and honestly very welcome problem to have with a Gleba build. Of course, those two things running out did break the entire build, so I need another pentapod egg, but that's not a big deal. I reseed the build again, and this time it provides enough materials to finish the platform upgrade. This provides me so much more room to build with down here. Since I'm producing a bunch of agricultural science, I'm going to go after the warp time extension as well. It won't make a difference on most planets because my defenses are failing before the timer hits 0, but it's nice to have the option in, say, the Void. I'm almost out of green science, and so of course the solution is not to set up some automation, but to set up to handcraft a whole bunch more. A long-term technology that I really want is the space platform. This is step 1 towards near infinite resources, but I need 5,000 agricultural science. For context, the platform expansion and time extension are only 450 together. Getting to the space platform is going to be a monumental effort. especially when I continue doing everything with hand feeding. This was among my fatal flaws in this playthrough. I feel like a mix of automation and hand feeding would be the solution at this point. I have enough space to automate a few basic materials and then hand feed them into the more complicated recipes. Pursuing this technology right now is completely foolish, so I switch up to a ground platform upgrade. Now, at long last, it's time to redesign power. Heating towers are something that I unlocked on my first visit to Gleba, and I'm just now gonna start leveraging them. Switching over to heat exchangers and steam turbines is definitely the right call. A steam engine consumes 30 water per second to produce 0.9 megawatts. Steam turbines in the same footprint consume twice as much water but produce 5.82 megawatts. All at base quality, but I'm not ready to talk about quality quite yet. That's another regret of mine in this playthrough. But this setup in roughly the same footprint puts out over 6 times the power. This agricultural science build, while much better, is still not perfect, and this is what happens when eggs spoil. To keep my heat exchanger from simply eating every piece of fuel I give to it, I set a circuit condition to only insert when it falls below 800 degrees. Cool, and with that, I missed the big reveal, but I do get my ground platform upgrade. This provides a lot more space to work with up here. If I have any hope of getting 5,000 agricultural science, I'm definitely going to want to unlock warp water followed by the garden platform. The garden platform will allow me to grow Jellinut and Yumako, so I can actually automate a bunch of Gleba products. Among them would be things like replacing this plastic build. Once I've unlocked that, it will eliminate my need for petroleum gas and any of its products for the rest of the playthrough. One problem at a time though. Right now I'm hijacking some of my light oil to produce more solid fuel so my power grid doesn't fail. Hand feeding, I never learn. It's so painful to watch myself continue to make the same mistakes over and over and over. But hooray for Factorio ASMR. I want to briefly talk about the footprints of my storage again. The tanks that I'm storing molten iron in fit the equivalent of 3,750 iron plates in a 2x2 footprint. That same footprint, if occupied by steel chests, would hold 38,400 plates. While it is less space efficient, it is nice to have the flexibility, being able to craft whatever I want on demand: plates, gears, steel, pipes, whatever. It does help that I'm still relying on resources that I stockpiled in that first warp zone. I have oodles of blue and red inserters still hanging around, and a lot of red science hanging around still. I'm so proud of myself here. I'm going to set up the first actual automation on the factory floor. Platform, I'm going to use them interchangeably, I'm sorry. I'm setting it up this time, so all I have to do is feed a single lab science and it will distribute itself throughout the rest. This should really simplify my life as far as science goes, but I really need to get those productivity modules back in the labs. I mentioned earlier my decision to not use acid neutralization from Vulcanus. It's an incredibly good way of generating power, but it has a fatal flaw. That being the physical footprint needed for it to be viable. 1,000 sulfuric acid and 1 calcite become 10,000 steam. A storage tank holds up to 25,000 units of fluid, so 1 tank of sulfuric acid equals 250,000 units of steam. 250,000 units of steam, with my base running at its current capacity, only runs it for 6.9 minutes. Not nice. If I could pick up one of those unlimited supply geysers from Vulcanus, then we'd be having a different discussion, but I just don't feel like it's worth it. Especially after unlocking the garden platform, I'll effectively have unlimited sulfur for free. So I'll just stick with what I know, condensing my solid fuel build over next to the heating tower. Thank you, Past Me, for finally realizing I don't need this refinery setup. All I need is a heavy oil tank that I fill up every time I visit Fulgora and a very basic cracking setup. Nothing else. I immediately fill the area back in with foundries. I really need to work on developing my resource income. Developing that resource income would be a lot easier if I stopped being lazy and refusing to expand into my new platform size. I felt too safe behind my walls, and I'm choking my progression because of it. Especially when I'm constantly recycling builds. I've now changed this corner to be entirely plastic production. I'm going to need a fair bit to get the blue science needed for the garden platform. And so commences what I consider to be the grindiest part of the playthrough. Not because of how the mod pack was designed, but because of my own inability to stop and critically think about my factory. Instead of proactively planning ahead to the next steps, I'm just gonna grind resources for a while. Look at me trying to shove more molten iron storage in here somewhere when I have all of that space on the outside of the wall. I'm really looking forward to unlocking this garden floor so I don't have to run out and harvest Yumako and jelly nuts every time I find Gleba. The good news is this pipe sculpture I'm making on my front porch really seems to be taking shape. I'm way too anxious looking for Gleba. I need a pentapod egg to reseed the build. This has brought me back to my previous planet again. I just don't seem to learn. This is 2 times disappointing because the last time I was on this planet I didn't find any eggs. Oh, I'm out of power. I guess the one redeeming factor of Gleba is that it does have water. Landing in the same warp zone twice is going to continue to get more dangerous as the game progresses. I've currently been through 64 different warp zones at this point, and every time I go to a new one, the time to warp out timer increases. While that timer is counting down, I am unable to manually warp away, forcing me to endure whatever wave I end up on. With my current technology, I'm able to spend 30 minutes in each zone, but that's only if I can survive. I'm usually bailing around the 10-minute mark anyway when those big boys start spawning. Speaking of, here I am innocently trying to get some copper products when a stomper decides to come and visit. Stompers on Vulcanus is madness. If I lose any more foundries to stompers or demolishers, I think it's going to drive me to madness. In Warp Zone 68, I finally find some more pentapod eggs. Come on, agricultural science, I only need 250, but I still need more jelly nut and Yumako. After my recent stomper egg experience, nope, this guy scares me. I'm out of here. I find more Yumako and even more jelly nut, but instead of stompers guarding this jelly nut, it's the waves that are spawning. Just gonna keep working my way through this technology. I think I can. That whole adventure of finding resources and dying has left me on this planet much longer than I wanted to be. My base alerts are screaming at me as I limp my way through all of this debris on the planet. One really nice thing that the Space Age update added is that if I warp away without being on my platform, it does grab my character. I could have avoided a lot of damage there. And that damage is keenly felt. The science setup that I am entirely relying on right now was completely wiped out. Not a single biochamber survived. This was devastating. In my haste to repair everything, on the next warp zone I'm back on Gleba, but of course I end up on the same planet again. I have been here a minute and stompers are already raining down on me. If you'll take a moment with me to look up at the time to warp out, I have to survive for another 50 seconds here. There is absolutely nothing that I can do but try to help my poor base and survive. 10 more seconds, come on. 6 seconds, come on, this is so stressful. My right side has completely been torn apart. Almost there. Come on, warp. Yeah. Oh my gosh, am I alive? Assessing the damage? Yes. Barely. At least the biochambers survived this time. The turrets are easy to replace. This is one of the times when it does make sense to be hand feeding because I don't need these all the time. As I finish up my repairs, you'll note that there's a chunk missing from the north end of my platform now. While playing, I had no idea why this was happening, and I'll let you know when I figure it out. Through my trials and tribulations, I am successful in researching the garden platform. Heading down to check it out, I have an entirely new floor to work with. No more hunting for Jellynut and Yumako. Feeling a combination of relief and excitement and overall pretty hard-boiled, I'm just gonna work on a few menial tasks around this place. Alright, enough feeling bad for yourself. It's time to set up some agricultural towers. Considering the space I'm working with down there, I think I definitely want logistic spots next. I also see this warp container on left side technology. That sounds fun. I want to check out what that's all about. It's going to take a minute for me to find out because I am flat out of resources. I barely have 2 copper plates to rub together. It's bittersweet for me as this build that I toiled over for so long has now lived its purpose. The majority of this production can move down to the garden platform. Not quite all of it, as I'm about to find out. Apparently filling these channels on the garden platform with landfill is not an intended mechanic. So, sorry, but I'm definitely going to be using every single tile at my disposal. I then began the process of noodling out how this new production is going to work. It's so nice just calmly building in this peaceful environment. I just need a couple more iron plates and oh my gosh, I was down there for 5 minutes. I guess this iron is destined for the ammo belt and I need to get out of here. So anyway, what about something like this? Some kind of big linear loop going around the entire place. The warp container left side technology finishes researching and I pop up to check out what it is. You'll note this hashed area that appeared, but the warp chest itself won't appear until the next warp zone. This confused me in the moment, but trust me, it'll appear on the next warp. That warp chest is going to help immensely with gathering resources from remote locations, something that I am still having to do as needed. Also, this far into the playthrough, why the heck am I still using normal miners? I've been capable of crafting big miners since, like, Warp Zone 20? Anyway, here is what the warp container looks like now that it's spawned. Each new warp zone, it will spawn with a new container that I'm able to place in the world. Verifying how this works, I plop it down at that new calcite mine I established, drop all of the calcite into the chest, and because the warp containers are linked, all of that calcite is available here in my factory. That's going to make gathering resources so much easier, but for now I gotta get out of here. I don't want to push my luck. Back on the garden floor, you'll note that there's also a warp container down here with calcite in it. The remote chest that I'm able to place, this chest and the one on the ground floor are all linked. The warp container down here on the garden platform I did not leverage during this playthrough, and it's a big regret of mine. It would have solved my perpetual water issue. Instead, every time I find Gleba or Nauvis, I'm grabbing more water from the natural sources. I have way too many hours of footage of just this, and I'm not going to make you sit through all of it. I am making incremental progress researching this space platform, but I don't feel like it's where my energy should be focused right now. Instead, I'm going to focus on expanding my walls and changing my defenses to laser turrets. The ammunition required for my base to defend itself is chewing through my iron at this point. Also, I hope you enjoy the slingshot effect of stone in this playthrough. I go from having too much to not enough to too much to not enough. While I wait for materials to accumulate, I get these agricultural towers working. While I do that, I want to take a brief aside to discuss that warp container. Imagine with me, if you will, a single pump feeding into a barreling assembler. That assembler then feeds barrels of water into the warp chest so that I can access infinite water from my ground platform instead of doing this every other warp zone, it feels like. You live, you learn, eh? Hopefully this is helping to inspire a few ideas for your playthrough. Alright, it's go time. I want to test out this build down here. It's a mixture of good news and bad news. I've made a few errors in how I've set this up, but just like the build up on the ground platform, it's gonna take me a few attempts to get this right. Just gonna work through a little bit of belt magic here. Something like this. Yeah, that's looking better. Okay. I think I'm definitely gonna need more bioflux production looking at how this is running. All this while I'm running upstairs every time there's a few more resources stockpiled to continue hand feeding. Imagine how much time and mental mental bandwidth I would have saved myself if I'd just automated it. Also, I have electromagnetic plants unlocked. Why am I crafting all of these circuits in assembling machines instead of electromagnetic plants for the 50% productivity bonus? Anyway, keep working on the garden platform, one problem at a time. There's nothing like a well-earned break on Fulgora to just go smash some stuff with my pickaxe. I still haven't crafted my big miners, but I am going to try and leverage the warp container for the first time. Once it's nighttime and the Fulgoran electrical storm starts, this little setup should start pumping scrap into my factory. Et voila! A whole bunch of scrap appearing at the base. I love it. As with everything in Warptorio, though, it is short-lived. A rudimentary chest into a recycler into another chest setup will suffice for now. I can work on some of these Vulcanist tasks while scrap continues to process. For laser turrets, I am going to have to craft some military science, and I completely make a mess of my factory floor. Of all the messes I've made for myself so far in this playthrough, at least this one is pretty easy to clean up. My garden floor is functioning enough now that I can be using it to supply plastic and rocket fuel for my endeavors. Here, have a little bit more Factorio ASMR. Lovely, and I now have enough science that I should be able to finish this laser turret technology. Because I know that they're going to put a massive demand on my already strained power grid, I want to get as many damage upgrades for my lasers as I possibly can. Each single shot dealing more damage is going to save me a lot of power in the long run. That's the theory anyway. Bioflux is looking a little thin on the belt here, but I continue expanding my production, adding sulfur. I love how focused I am on automating these specific resources when the floor above me is a hand-fed nightmare. I made a spur-of-the-moment decision deciding to get electrical energy distribution to unlocking substations. I definitely want those before redesigning the ground floor. Like the factory platform, the garden platform does not require power poles, but the ground floor does. These are going to make laying that out a lot cleaner. I still haven't figured out what's causing these holes in my platform, but I have figured out that I can't build on them. I have rebuilt this little corner of my ground platform way too many times. I totally forgot that I'm still aiming at logistic spots as well, so I need more supplies for them. I'm not going to grab too many levels of laser shooting speed right now. It does increase my damage output, but shooting faster means they're also drawing more power. I don't know how robust my power grid is, but something tells me that it's going to be inadequate. I'm also going to research the prerequisites for production science. There are definitely a lot of things I want that are locked behind these purple packs. I need more Vulcanist toys, and that's going to start with creating more foundries. I've now realized the error of my ways, pursuing big miners at last. One by one, I will eventually figure out all of my mistakes. I build up a bunch of foundries, including extras, and finally craft myself some big mining drills. They are going to substantially increase my scrap output every time I visit Fulgora. If I play this pack again, which I definitely will, I'm going to approach things much differently. While Gleba does unlock additional technologies, the amount of resources that you can gather pairing Fulgora and Vulcanist technologies is pretty wild in the early game. Dropping a couple of big miners down is something I've had available to me for a long time. I don't have to use the warp chest, I could always just ferry scrap back to the factory manually. Switching to big miners, my scrap income is immediately boosted. I find myself needing a second recycler in order to stay on top of it. I'm really starting to believe that the key to winning at Warptorio is stockpiling large amounts of resources and then doing large production bursts. Trying to do everything at once is spreading my efforts way too thin. Nothing breaks systems like time, and the garden platform is already halted, running out of jelly nut seeds. I set this up for logistic spots to handle, but I should just be relying on pure belts for the moment. It doesn't need to be optimal, it just needs to work, because there's no rest from the onslaught of my base. I'm throwing down what laser turrets I do have crafted around the perimeter in the hopes that it's going to mitigate at least some of the incoming damage I'm taking. I hope it's obvious why I'm spending only about a third of my time in each warp zone. My defenses are in serious need of reinforcement. Purple science is not going to help with that, but I still want it. I fixed the garden platform. Again, hopefully it'll run for a while this time. I don't think that I can ignore my defenses anymore though. This is pretty desperate. My power grid is failing, my flamethrowers are completely out of ammo, and that ammo belt is looking concerningly sparse. Not 2 minutes later, I'm in a full blackout. I really need water. The second the first drop hits my boilers, everything turns back on. I then find my way to Fulgora to get more heavy oil, and my flamethrower's pilot flames light once more. Alright, that was way too close to the death of this run. These struggles were not giving me a whole lot of confidence, and this 5,000 science pack research is not helping either. This is the point in the playthrough where I started to become quite discouraged. My builds continue to break, as my factory continues to run out of power, and as I continue to react to new problems, it was sheer will that kept me playing. Terribly laid out power, desperately trying to get my factory to turn on so that I can survive, let alone pursuing the next technology. At least I have all of this rocket fuel stored up from the garden platform to help kickstart things again. It's really messy, but as I see the lights starting to come back on, there's a glimmer of hope. One thing is clear, if I want to save iron on ammunition, I'm gonna need to invest a lot more into my power infrastructure. I've spent so long in the technology tree over the last few warp zones, looking, hoping for something that might magically solve my issues. But technology is not my problem right now. I clue into this fact about, we'll give me 20% semi-automating some resources. I found myself a nice void world to live in for the next 30 minutes as it's finally time to expand my walls. Better late than never, I guess. I'm not going to take it right to the edge as I still have no idea what's causing these holes to appear in my platform. I'll give you a quick hint. Switching from turrets to lasers is only going to make the problem worse. And flamethrowers? They're not going to help at all. This time I surround my perimeter entirely with laser turrets backed up by flamethrowers. I really hope that this expansion gives me enough room that I don't immediately die when my laser turrets fail. I have 16 and a half minutes to make sure that doesn't happen. Finishing up the walls took most of that time, but I'm now free to carve out this ammo belt. Looking at this platform, all I see now is possibility, which definitely includes a larger water buffer. I'm hoping that helps me on my longer stints away from planets that have water. I shortly find myself in another void world, so it's time to continue building. I squeeze some turbines in between my flamethrowers on the north and south sides of the platform, and things are looking better for power. Not for the spaghetti, obviously. This platform is still going to be growing very organically. Next up is bigger and badder ore processing. And even with the larger water buffer, filling it is still going to be an ongoing chore. I now finally understand what the platform repair technology does. I'd like to get rid of those holes at the front of my platform. While my oil setup is improving, I still feel like I'm buffering too much here, and there's no reason for petroleum products. With the garden floor unlocked, petroleum holds no use for me, and yet I'm investing valuable real estate into cracking and storing it. Whoa, 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 whoa. I can automate this? Here's a change that's many hours overdue. If only I could figure that out with hand feeding, cause yep, I'm still doing this. It's truly a wonder that I ever get anything done. While continuing to tweak the garden platform, I note that I can remove the refined concrete, but I can't place it back down. I'll just need to be more careful going forward. But alright, I've got a new material processing area and my power is holding pretty steady. I then finish actually automating the garden floor. Hopefully I don't have to come down here and babysit this anymore. My new material processing is spitting out way too much stone for me to deal with, so with this marvel of engineering, I'm going to hand feed a bunch of stone into landfill. Like I said, me getting things done, it's a wonder. I kick off the garden platform, hoping and praying that I don't have any more fixes or tweaks down here. Oh, I see one already. A couple final tweaks to manage the spoilage and seeds that these things are spitting out, and I think this is going to work. Of course, that's what I said the last time too, but over 120 warp zones into this playthrough, and I'm still crafting circuits in assembling machines. Electromagnetic plants, man, you've had them unlocked forever. It's so frustrating to watch this back. Like I mentioned before, Warptorio has an interesting way of really making me play reactively instead of proactively. Something that I am actively working on in my play of all games. Thank you, Factorio, for all of the wisdom and knowledge that you bestow upon us. Moving on, slightly less egregious hand feeding comes in the form of upgrading my belts. I really don't need that many belts in the grand scheme of things, so in this case I'll excuse my hand feeding behavior. The good news is that my hand feeding efforts have evolved to the point that I need to expand my material production. It's all about the little victories and staying optimistic throughout the process. Warp Zone 125 is a momentous warp zone. I'm showing just a glimmer of automation hope here as I install the first belts onto my factory floor. A quick moment later, and we have circuit automation. Almost. I still have to fill the chests manually, and it's being done in assembling machines instead of electromagnetic plants, but I feel like I've already beat that dead horse enough times. I'm just so excited to see some oh my goodness, what is happening up here? Warptorio. You win some and you lose some. Either way, I'm moving on. I double up my red circuit assemblers, and this is almost feeling like a factory floor. I'm so sorry, I'm not done talking about this. How many thousands of materials did I waste not using electromagnetic plants? This is now 2 playthroughs in a row since the release of Space Age that I have been refusing to Space Age. I'm still dealing with all of this stone as well. I guess I need more military science at some point. The loot goblin in me refuses to throw any of it out, so of course I have to process it. And so continues the process of re-automating things that I have already built before. Halfway through, I get the bright idea I should craft a bunch of electromagnetic plants. First step of that process is creating a whole bunch of refined concrete for when I end up landing back on Fulgora. Realizing that I'm producing so many productivity modules for Purple Science, I should probably start using productivity modules. Holmium production obviously being a top concern. Needing more plastic, I pop down to the garden floor, and hallelujah, I can come down here, grab my materials, and leave. Glorious. But you know what else would help save on circuits? Crafting these productivity modules in an electromagnetic plant, which I now have 5 more of. That's a start. You'll have to excuse me for a second. I'm just weeping with joy here. I'm having a moment. A 50% productivity bonus on my modules. You have to take a moment to appreciate it, okay? It's been a long time. I definitely want more of those things, which means I'm going to need to process a bunch of scrap. With that, I should have enough materials to bulk craft the purple science I need for my next big upgrade. It seems I've become too focused on my building, though, as I get an achievement for disturbing a demolisher. I guess he didn't like my lava pump out there. Followed by being intercepted by the waves on Fulgora, so I die. Fortunately, my platform and I are mighty. I cut through the Fulgoran air, still thick with the ashes from the biter's latest effort, recovering my supplies and carry on with steadfast resolve. I'm sorry. Please survive. Come on. Yeah, no worries, all good. I just need to relax after that whole ordeal. Here, let's have a bit more Factorio ASMR. Slowly but surely, I'm limping through these technologies, so maybe some more lab speed isn't the worst idea. Well, this was good while it lasted. A whole 10 warp zones. This is great news. I'm sure I'm going to place the entire area with labs? Okay. Before building anything new, I went all in researching a new ground platform upgrade. I didn't quite produce enough rails, so I do need to continue babysitting as it researches, but I should have enough to get this done. Then I allow myself to get completely distracted. I was sitting there completely mesmerized by the disco science when I realized I should probably be on the ground floor to see this upgrade. Right before my eyes, I see the next project, expanding the walls again. Unfortunately, I seem to have picked up some cliffs onto my warp platform. Like everything else on the platform, these come with me when I warp. I guess I'll be adding cliff explosives to the want list. As much as I want those, Automation 3 and the Warp Belt Speed upgrades are next. I have not discussed the warp belts yet because I haven't used them, but that's coming soon. I have started to notice a serious drop in my ability to deal with enemies. Unlike previous versions of Warptorio, in Space Age, the evolution does not reset. I am right on the edge of not being able to deal with stompers anymore. And this is why the warp belts have not been used or discussed, because I keep finding things that have higher priority. Like blue circuits. I've had access to them forever from Fulgora, but I haven't researched how to produce them yet. While my laser and flamethrower defense has done admirably, there's another technology that I've had my eye on for a long time. It's gated behind space science, and therefore the 5,000 science pack space platform that I've been wanting for so long. Researching that technology still feels a long way away for me, so what's the next problem? The entire front part of my warp platform slowly disintegrating is definitely a concern. Just like with lava, I can't underground through those gaps, so things are going to continue getting more and more messy up here. I'm still hand-feeding, but hey, at least I'm hand-feeding electromagnetic plants now. This is definitely a step in the right direction. Repair packs, laser turrets, I am prepping for the next expansion. Realizing that I can utilize the space that I do have a lot more effectively, I'm queuing up a bunch of research like beacons, efficiency modules, and quality modules. I won't get into quality for a long time, which was a mistake in my opinion, but a fun thing in this pack is that you can put quality modules into beacons. I'm going to be having some fun with that later in the playthrough, so stay tuned. I'll also pick up exoskeletons for my own sanity and more lab research speed. All the holes in the front of my platform, this cliff on the back of it. I also have more cliff attached on the right-hand side of my platform. I feel it's important to note that at this point in the playthrough, I was grinding. I knew where I wanted to go, but I didn't know how I was getting there. Slowly but surely, I am advancing, but as I'm advancing, it feels like I'm also losing stability. This is by far the most effective hand feeding that I've done in this playthrough, but I'm still hand feeding. I have the best water buffer that I've had to this point in the playthrough, and yet I'm still having to fill it constantly in new and interesting ways because of all these holes at the front of my platform. I kept looking for anything that might make my life a little easier. Some bot upgrades? I mean, sure, I've got lots of red, green, and blue science. Unfortunately, logistic bots are also locked behind space science, so I'm dealing with my stone problem again. I'm allowed to be more sarcastic here. You haven't seen the amount of times I've done this off camera. Then it occurred to me that I'm forgetting to space age again. What technologies could I unlock via electromagnetic and metallurgic science packs from Fulgora and Vulcanus? Something more than just a 50% productivity bonus on a few crafting recipes. We all saw it happen, right? My platform just got bigger. I'm once again scared to expand beyond my walls, so I'm building this all in this incredibly cramped space. But at least it opens the way to power armor and, more importantly, another upgrade to my factory platform. I make it back to Fulgora to start producing my first electromagnetic science. This is a lesson that I could have used much earlier. It doesn't have to produce a lot, it just has to produce. The reason I wanted efficiency modules is because my power is not unlimited. The more things I have running at any given time, the more I'm going to have to be aware of it. Check this out though, fully automated scrap processing. It'll be pulled directly from the warp chest into these recyclers. Yes, more of this. This is good. 2 more materials that I've had access to forever without any knowledge of how to produce them are LDS, or low density structure, and rocket fuel. While grabbing these technologies and upgrading everything to assembling machine 3s feels like a whole bunch of progress, it's really not. While my capacity to do things continues to increase, I'm not really leveraging it. I'm just doing more of the same, just slightly bigger. This led to my inevitable downfall and a break that I had to take from this playthrough. My stubbornness refused to accept defeat. Instead of saying I was wrong and rethinking my strategy, I simply doubled down. Let's see how that played out for me over the next 70 warp zones. I want a bigger factory platform. Maybe with more space, I'll be more inclined to automate things? This electromagnetic science build reveals a problem that I did not notice at this point. Note that the wrong fluid is in this pipe. Something about the warp mechanics, I think, causes the fluids and pipes to go a little bit wonky. It'll be a persistent problem for the rest of the playthrough. But that's enough complaining for now. What do you say we get some resources stockpiled? Throughout that montage, I was thinking to myself, what if yellow science had a couple of upgrades I need? I'm also researching some train technologies. Certainly this platform is not big enough to merit trains, but at least now I have some power armor kitted out with at least decent equipment. Construction bots are going to allow me to, get this, make a blueprint of my miners so that I can just paste it down every time instead of manually building it. I cannot allow myself to get distracted building though, because these waves are getting silly. This stomper is ridiculous. Just die already. I wasn't entirely sure what the solution was here. More laser damage? More lasers in general? I honestly don't think my power grid would survive more laser turrets. I was starting to get pretty discouraged. It certainly doesn't help that no matter what, I am always having to do these chores, like refilling my water tanks, every single chance I get. If I don't do this, my power grid shuts off and I get completely overwhelmed and die. But I've got copy pasting down. Who's the bright penny? I then realized a grave error of mine. Space science packs aren't gated behind the platform. So that opens up a world of possibility. As I continue to berate my own playstyle here, I just want to point out that while I'm hand-feeding this military science build, all of the other builds are standing idle. This is a terrible use of my most valuable resource, my time. I'm going to do something a little sneaky here. The technology to repair my ground platform is 99% complete. I'm going to move it to the end of the queue for when I'm ready to repair my platform. That won't be until I'm ready to defend its new larger area, which maybe mines are the answer for? I got a lot of comments about sleeping on mines during my other playthrough. No matter the trials and tribulations I face, disco science always makes me feel that little bit better. As the technology finishes researching, my factory floor opens up. What am I going to do with all of this space? Semi-hand-fed builds? It's a step in the right direction. With my revelation about space science, though, I can now set my sights on Tesla weapons. It's fairly expensive at 1,500 science packs, but that's going to revolutionize my platform defense. To help with the enemy waves, Refined Flammables 1 is quite cheap, increasing the damage of my flamethrowers. It's encouraging to see how quickly it's researching, but it's not so encouraging to see that the entire front of my platform is gone. I'm ready now. I'll pull the technology to repair it up to the front of the queue. The second it fills back in, I get busy establishing my new perimeter. It's effectively identical to my last perimeter. I'm once again looking back on this thinking that I could have leveraged bots a lot more to my advantage, but hey, I'm having fun. Even if that means tearing up all of the previous builds once again to make them better. Or different, at any rate. I did a good job recognizing that my power demands were only going to grow. Because it's the foundation of my entire platform, I want it to be as robust as possible, including, and I'm so proud of myself, automated solid fuel. This makes light oil probably the most important resource for me for a little while. Light oil is now responsible for powering and defending my platform, which of course requires an overbuilt cracking setup, including more petroleum gas. Stop it, man. It's fine. Making mistakes is the best way to learn. Sick and tired of dealing with stone byproducts, this time I am fully automating the production of landfill. The less systems I have to touch to keep them running, the better. For the most part anyway, I'm still creating a lot of builds that are chest-fed. Knowing that access to logistics bots is right around the corner though, I'm feeling better about automating with chests. The bots will be able to take over in, well, it's still going to be a little while. I continue tinkering away, rebuilding my platform when I find a new button. I finally discover why my platform is getting so mangled. From the map view, I can watch my platform transition between warp zones. The more warp zones I travel to, the longer this transition phase becomes. It's no wonder the front of my platform is getting so mangled. Asteroids have a 90% resistance to laser damage and a 100% resistance to fire damage. Being unable to deal with the asteroids properly before they contact the front of my platform, of course they would rip it to pieces. It all makes sense now. I have no idea what I'm going to do about that because I just filled that area back in with my new power system. Yeah, I'm going to noodle about this for a little while. As a temporary measure, I'm just going to throw in some turrets with armor-piercing ammo. I don't want to chew through all of my ammunition on standard enemies. My lasers are doing well enough in that regard. I'm going to set target priorities on these turrets so that they only fire at asteroids. In hindsight, I should have set target priorities on my flamethrowers as well, because they are completely ineffective against asteroids, so why waste the fuel shooting at them? With that revelation behind me, it's time to get back to the task at hand, upgrading my infrastructure. So of course that means putting in a whole bunch more hand-fed assemblers. I still feel like a mixture of fully automated and semi-automated materials would have been the way to go, but all in on hand-feeding is just plain wrong. I re-automate my scrap production and find myself staring at this big empty area down here. Okay, next step. While I have a basic build for electromagnetic science, I have nothing for metallurgic science from Vulcanus. Automating the tungsten resources is next on the list. The problem with tungsten is that I have a very limited supply of it. I've already processed all of the tungsten that I've harvested from demolisher bodies, which leaves me with two options. Small amounts from rocks scattered around the surface of Vulcanus, or harvesting it directly from an ore patch, the caveat being that the ore patches are defended by demolishers. I didn't feel that I had a great way of dealing with demolishers at this point, so I'm just gonna set up something quick and dirty and babysit it. I'm gonna stand here and watch it work, and if I detect even a whiff of trouble, I'm gonna tear it apart and run away, tail tucked firmly between my legs. On this trip, I was able to gather enough that I'm able to build out more foundries. It would sure be nice to have a few more of these and big miners, if I'm honest, laying around. My defenses were struggling a bit, so I did add a second layer of laser turrets around the perimeter. Power seems to be holding, but this was very much a band-aid solution. Since I have all this stone up here anyway, I'm going to hijack the excess and feed it down towards my holmium build. From there, I set up a new area for electromagnetic science to be produced in. To unlock space science, I'm also going to need metallurgic science packs and agricultural. Fun fact, through all of this research, I have yet to produce a red science pack since my first warp zone. I did a really good job at stockpiling red science. Electromagnetic science is looking good. Next. What, you thought it would be a build or something? No, I'm still manually gathering materials. It's not as often anymore, but I still have to do it. Resources like tungsten, though, I'm constantly having to gather. That is until the local demolisher comes and tells me to get off of his lawn. I'm able to hijack my existing ore processing to make my first metallurgic science packs. By hijacking the iron side of my processing, I can create tungsten plates and more big mining drills. There are quite a few toys locked behind metallurgic science that I'm interested in, but unfortunately, I'm gonna be waiting on those for quite a while yet. 2 warp zones later, I'm still hunting tungsten, but now with twice as many miners. I'm just going to keep mentioning it's all about appreciating the little victories. It looks like my time here is just about done as this demolisher is so graciously blocking the wave for me. As I keep an eye on his approach though, he begins to turn and looking at the minimap, this isn't a part of his territory. It was then that I realized that he was only the distraction. The actual property owner is sneaking up on me from the north, so I gotta get the heck out of here. It would be a little heartbreaking to lose all these mining drills that I just built. I am starting to get more brave with my tungsten harvesting exploits. I'm gonna hang out just over the property line here. Don't worry, buddy. Just move along. Nothing to see here. All right, he seems to be moving on, so I should be good to jump right back in and harvest a bunch more tungsten. My efforts reward me with ample materials to create more mining drills and enough science to continue research on the next factory platform upgrade. The next few warp zones are pretty much the same. I'm just hunting for Vulcanus as often as I can get back here to continue getting more metallurgic science. I find myself impatiently adding beacons to try and speed this process up, but I have to remember that my power system is far from invincible. This one little chemical plant is working overtime, producing enough solid fuel to keep my towers hot, and it is still falling behind. I'll worry about that in a second. First, I want to appreciate the next factory floor upgrade. Outstanding. I have all the room in the world now. My research priorities are back to the space platform, space science, and logistics bots. Right, back to the power issue. I've figured out that petroleum is doing nothing for me, so I swapped some recipes around to start making rocket fuel. Except I don't make rocket fuel. I just make more solid fuel and effectively change nothing. I'm sure I'm going to notice that eventually, but I'm way too interested in setting up my new labs. I'm also going to re-automate these circuits, but this time I'm leaving myself space for beacons. The beacons will allow me to maintain full productivity modules inside of the machines while being able to throttle up or throttle down the speed and power consumption. This strategy ended up working very well for me, as for the rest of the playthrough, I'll be constantly hot-swapping modules in these beacons based on my needs and power production. And what's this? A second semi-automated crafting chain? I'm going to continue creating these chest-fed builds in anticipation of logistics bots. Here's hoping I can unlock them soon, because they have been on my mind for the last nearly 200 warp zones. As far as my belt production for green science goes, only one word feels appropriate. Excessive. And speaking of excess, this is the last of the red science. Nearly 200 warp zones this has lasted me. I feel like I've filled in my new space quite effectively and set myself up for future automation. The problem word being future automation. Because as it stands, I don't have logistics bots, and so I am hand-feeding all of these builds. My power grid is once again a growing concern. With only my base running, the accumulator is just barely recharging. The second any amount of laser fire begins, that accumulator drops like a rock. But I don't see any issues here. None at all. It must not be that big of a problem then. My garden platform did function for quite a while, but like I've mentioned, nothing breaks builds like time. I wasn't effectively handling my spoilage, and so when the chests filled up, the entire machine broke. I want to try and use as much of the spoilage as I possibly can, so I expand my carbon production significantly, and then I route the rest of it to a series of heating towers that will burn it off. And hey, if I'm burning it off, I've got infinite water down here, I might as well try and get some power out of it. I mean, sure, it's a little bit messy, but this is Warptorio. It's pretty much par for the course. That power issue that I mentioned was not that big of an issue. Turns out it is. When I move between planets with all of my laser turrets shooting at asteroids non-stop, my power grid completely fails. This time I've also run out of water because I spent so many warp zones on Vulcanus trying to progress that I completely ignored my maintenance chores. I'm just saying, the warp chest, 2 assemblers, 1 barreling, 1 unbarreling, and I would have 0 water issues. But as is tradition, hindsight is 2020. I finished some tweaks on the garden platform, and I really hope that this additional power generation helps me. Also, now that I'm dealing with spoilage more effectively, hopefully this floor doesn't break again. At this point, I had combed through this tech tree so many times. Despite the time and effort I was putting in, my progress had slowed to a crawl. I felt like even while I was progressing, every step forward was barely perceptible. Honestly, I was becoming quite discouraged with this playthrough. I should note that Warptorio was not my original idea for the next Factorio project. Behind the scenes, I had invested about 80 hours into a completely different Factorio idea. That idea, unfortunately, did not work at all, and so I was already super discouraged coming into this playthrough. Stubborn as I am, I continued pushing forward. Earlier I mentioned that some recipes cannot be used on the factory and garden platforms. Agricultural science is among them, so using the warp belts, I'm able to bring bioflux from my garden platform up to the ground platform. The factory floor has the most warp belt connections. 1 from the ground floor, 1 from the garden floor, and 1 to the ground floor. These are a great, albeit limited way of transporting items between my floors. As I pull a new lava pipe towards my builds, I find myself wondering. When my platform expanded, I grabbed the cliffs from Fulgora, so what's to say that I can't grab one of these sulfur geysers? I'm having this thought while writing this script and was not able to test it. If I could pick up one of those geysers and carry it with me, I think my power problems would be solved. Much to my dismay, though, it's time to rethink agricultural science. It's going to be a lot simpler this time because with bioflux being fed from below, all I need to do is convert it into nutrients and supply this build with pentapod eggs. Leveraging my warp belts for a second time, I can also make sure that the science produced flows directly down to the factory floor and into my labs. I make it back to Gleba to finalize the new science build, but of course that's not the priority. I need water. Yes, I am going to continue to hammer this point home. Try to work smarter, everyone, not harder. 1 inquiry at the local egg store later, and I can kick off this build. Well, kinda. My garden floor has taken up all of my biochambers and then some, so I'm gonna have to produce more before doing anything else. I use the biochamber to get more eggs to put into a different biochamber to make more biochambers. And just like that, I've started producing agricultural science again. Sticking to the same mantra as my foundries, big miners, and electromagnetic plants, I want to create a bunch of biochambers just to have some extra lying around. After a couple of tweaks, everything seems to be functioning here. And while it is only a trickle, science is automatically being fed to the labs. At this point, I didn't even have all of the other 5,000 science packs. I was just looking for proof of concept. As I continued to become more and more discouraged with this playthrough, fate intervened. Warptorio got updated, and in this update, some science costs were reduced.
Ah, you bastard. That's fine. Still cheaper than if I had put even more research into it.
The update wasn't all good news.
Oh, I'd reset my recipes. No. Let's go to Gleba.
On the way to Gleba, I discovered another part of the update. Well, before, during the transitions, I was only able to see what was happening up here via the map. I'm now able to physically come up here. So that's the good news. The bad news is look at how many asteroids are spawning now. Here I was thinking that there was no hope of surviving these asteroids before the update. This is starting to feel a little ludicrous, and we haven't seen anything yet. In my haste to get back to Gleba and get this build back online, I ended up spawning back on my previous planet. It seems when my platform leaves, it takes a chunk of the world with it. I kind of feel bad now. For the next transition, I stage all of my defenses. Every turret gets filled with ammo. But when there's this many asteroids flying at me, am I even making a dent? Maybe it's time to invest in some rocketry. With some of the reductions in technology costs, surely I'm not too far away from getting the missile launchers from Gleba. Because I don't even know if there's a point to trying anything else. I have no idea what you're actually expected to do here. On a plus note, it's kinda like my platform is a candle that's been lit to celebrate Warp Zone 200. I end up back in the same Gleba zone for a third time. You can just see the edge of the second world hole I created, but you might find yourself distracted by the hordes advancing on my platform. There's no way I survived this run. It's even a challenge to get my body back because the waves are coming non-stop. I get my supplies back, but I'd like to draw your attention to the top of the screen. I still have no choice but to hold out for another minute and a half until I can warp away. I hear some alerts going off, but it doesn't seem too bad until I fast forward only 30 seconds. I know I've mentioned this a couple of times so far, but landing back on a previous planet can be so bad. Being so hasty that you land on a previous planet twice in a row is catastrophic. This is as bad as things have gotten so far, and all I can do is hope that my buildings survive another 20 seconds. You want to talk about getting discouraged? But in the next Warp Zone 201, I should just barely have enough science to finish this research. So I'm just going to sit here for a moment while I deep breathe and watch the pretty colors. At long last, there it is. The technology I've been hunting for hours since Warp Zone 46. And it does not work the way I thought it did. All that technology provides is this right here. A warp asteroid collector, so now when I fly between planets, I can collect asteroid chunks. It's a good news, bad news situation. I'm now able to capture a lot more resources, iron being pretty much trivialized now. I now need space to process all of these chunks, and they do not store well. This was yet another blow to my momentum. I was really hoping that that technology was just gonna solve all my problems. Nope. I have to do that for myself. In desperation, I pivoted to combinators. If you watched my previous Factorio video, you'll know that I made an honest attempt with them, but I do not understand combinators at all. I'm also going to pick up uranium mining in preparation for some future technologies and the garden platform 2, which will double the size of my current garden platform. I set up some rudimentary automation for asteroid processing, and it becomes very clear very quickly that hand feeding is not going to be an option with these. I mean, I'm still going to try to hand feed everything, but this is obviously not going to work. These are going to have to be properly automated, a task that I just didn't have in me at the time. But the silver lining is that I can use these materials to start producing space science. The ground floor is a little beat up. I better handcraft some more lasers. And some repair packs while I'm at it. You know, couldn't automate these. No. Anyway, with space science producing, I am able to finally unlock logistics bots. I don't waste a second, immediately starting to craft some requester chests. I love that I've also now added a new color to our Disco Science Rainbow. This mod should seriously just be mandatory. Look at how pretty it is. Wiping that little bit of drool away from my face, I need to refocus on technology, military being a growing concern. Like I mentioned, evolution does not reset between zones in Space Age, so the enemies are getting pretty tanky. It's gotten to the point that I can't even attempt mining next to my base. It results in bleeding too many resources to constantly rebuilding miners. As much as I want to craft some logistics bots, my platform is getting hammered. I need more construction bots. You want to talk about building under stress? I'm now converting my battery setup to explosives. I'm looking for two things here. One, resources from the asteroids if I can manage to break them in these transition periods. And more importantly, I'd like to get rid of that incessant beeping. I should note that I can turn the beeping off in the settings, but that didn't feel like a good solution. It's like this constant reminder that I can do better at this game. I will be better at this game. In Warp Zone 204, I meet an old friend. It is possible to land back on your first warp zone because it's your home world. Just look at this place, such fond memories. I was quite tempted to try and bring parts of it back online, but that just feels like a waste of effort. My garden platform finishes upgrading, revealing another new mechanic to me. Remember how I said that putting landfill in these channels was not an intended mechanic? When the platform expands, it deleted all of the landfill and everything that was on top of it. And I'm so sorry, because this is the first time that I'm going to save scum. With where my head was at this point in the playthrough, that's a loss that I just couldn't accept. I don't pick up absolutely everything, only the expensive bits. Anything else I lose can just be called the cost of not knowing. I'm willing to pay for my mistakes, but sometimes I have my limits. I then realized that this base is chock full of random materials laying around on the belts. Or at least what were formerly the belts. This crazy idea I had in the first warp zone really launched this playthrough. I'm so happy I did this. I figured my next most important technologies would all focus around resources. Productivity Module 2s to drastically reduce my resource needs, asteroid reprocessing, and most importantly, advanced asteroid processing. Normal asteroid processing has pretty much removed my need for iron, carbon, and ice. There's a caveat with ice, which I will return to in a little while. Advanced asteroid processing will also unlock unlimited copper, calcite, and sulfur. Huh, that's weird. My power system seems to be out of rocket fuel. How curious. Well, I still don't see any problems here. Moving on. In the background, I've been slowly building up materials to finally start leveraging a bot network. I convert some of my steel chests in the center supply area here into logistic storage chests, and instantly the bots hop to it. This is the first proper automation that I have on this floor. And honestly, it's not even proper automation because I'm still having to ferry materials from the ground floor. One task at a time here. I want to get science feeding automatically into my labs. I need to rebuild my entire garden floor again, and I think all the bots must be busy upstairs. Yeah, totally. That's why I'm doing this all by hand. Realizing that the asteroid technologies might be as useful as the space platform technology ended up being, I reprioritize. I queue up the second tier of all the other modules, as well as more inserter capacity bonus. And who am I kidding? I definitely need more explosive damage for those asteroids. This time I'm going to be rebuilding the garden floor entirely focused around bots. Once again, with the power of hindsight, I feel this is a mistake. It's going to put a lot of unnecessary strain on my power grid, and honestly, for these base resources, it's just not necessary. Especially when I tech up to stacked turbo belts, there's no way bots are keeping up with that. I'm still making a point to come to the void whenever I do any serious amounts of building. It keeps my attention focused on the task at hand, but unfortunately I've run out of water and, well, you know the shtick by now. It's basic, it's pretty inefficient, but hey, once I get enough bots down here, this should work. While building all of that, I'm also maintaining these assemblers, which I am hand-feeding to create more flying robot frames. I can't. It's an automation game. Why am I refusing to automate things? Well, most things anyway, and here's example 2 of why bots are not super efficient. Pretty much every bot on the floor is focused on feeding only the green circuits. I was also starting to hit a point of just giving up during these transition periods. My platform keeps dying because I refuse to set target priorities on my lasers. It's just a mess. It's feeling like I've worked myself into a position where no matter what I do, every problem I solve, I'm creating 2 more. When I do land back on a planet, my power grid is just barely recovering. My solution, of course, is to increase the amount of bot activity in my base. I do, however, have a long-term plan down here. Just like I was able to move bioflux from this floor up to the ground floor, I want to move rocket fuel up. I had hinged my entire plan for progression on unlocking these bots. Seeing their lackluster performance, I'm desperately scraping for some cargo size upgrades, anything to improve this system. I'm looking forward to replacing this system. I'm constantly out of rocket fuel. I don't know why. Oh, it's the productivity modules. These should be speed modules. That'll fix it. All sarcasm aside, I'm just happy I'm using electromagnetic plants for my crafting of these now. Next up, I want to continue bolstering my power system, a task that with this floor producing unlimited rocket fuel and spoilage should not be difficult to accomplish. I re-automate the same resources in more or less the same way: plastic, sulfur, rocket fuel, and of course bioflux, which is the beating heart of all Gleba production. Like I've mentioned before, I am setting up some basic circuit conditions to ensure that rocket fuel is only being inserted if it needs to be. The primary fuel that these heating towers will be burning should be spoilage. I have enough room for 16 heat exchangers, which means I need 32 steam turbines. If this doesn't outright solve my power issues, I'm hoping that it at least helps with them. I ran out of landfill halfway through the build. Gosh, isn't it just so nice having materials that are automated and available when I need them? Again, building all of this on this floor is not the intended mechanic, but sue me, I'm struggling enough here. It's a rare day that I've had to go out and harvest more calcite. With the upgrades that I've made to my mining capabilities, I likely will never have to go farm calcite again. Hopefully this batch lasts me until I unlock advanced asteroid processing, which is going to be the least of my worries if I can't sort out my power grid. I have plenty of water in my buffer right now. That blackout was entirely demand-based. I can't get that rocket fuel from the garden platform up here soon enough. This style of defense, flamethrowers backed up by turrets, has served me incredibly well. It's becoming clear, though, that it's just barely holding on, especially with such a fragile power grid. I cannot get this backup system online fast enough. I'm only running 20 steam turbines on the ground platform here, so hopefully the 32 that I'm adding to the garden platform make the difference. They turn online, and for the first time in quite a while, my power is confidently recharging. And I'm only running 19 of the 32 turbines I'm going to need down here. During the last power outage down here, everything broke, so I have a lot of spoilage that the bots are dealing with. In the context of building a reliable system that will fuel my entire base moving forward, that doesn't exactly inspire confidence. I'm going to continue adding bots to this system as I craft them, and with time, I'm hoping it'll all work out. Oh right, I forgot to install speed modules in this rocket fuel producing chemical plant. Yeah, all good, nothing else to see here. A second problem down here is look at how many bots are currently charging. I only have so much space for roboports, introducing another limiting factor to the bot build. But with things ramping up down here, I felt confident in expanding. It's abundantly clear that I need more bioflux. I am so close to having bot-fed assembling machines building bots that will feed more assembling machines to produce other bots so that I will have more bots to automate everything else. I mean, why does Factorio even have belts? These asteroid chunks have quickly become a source of frustration for me. I like the concept of infinite iron, but I really need to automate this properly. I should note that somewhere around a third of my flying robot frames are being chewed up by asteroids. Once I upgrade my platform again, you're going to see a disturbingly neat line of broken bot carcasses across the former front edge. Realizing this, I decided to make a beeline to rocket turrets. I'm going to need to start producing carbon fiber on my garden platform, and I have to pick up the prerequisite explosive damage on my way to the rocket turret technology. I'm going to need another 1,500 red, green, blue, military, space, and agricultural science. Plus a couple hundred green, red, and military for the stronger explosives, but that's negligible. I finally got enough copper to finish off these steam turbines on my garden platform, and without ever properly fixing this build, it's time to tear it out. I'm gonna take a big gamble here, assuming that I can generate all of my power from the garden platform. I'll fill in the last of the turbines, completing the work that I'll be doing on the garden floor for the time being. I have now built 22 heat exchangers powering 44 turbines. My grid seems to be holding steady, and I think this might have worked. I can use all of this space that I just opened up at the front of my platform for rocket turrets. And defense in general, because these waves are not getting any easier. Now, with just shy of 600 bots in the system down here, the garden floor is pumping. Let's celebrate by hand-feeding a bunch of repair packs. I haven't yet taken time to reflect on these habits and smack myself upside the head. Even with my most robust power system so far, it is not enough. During heavy attack waves, when turrets on multiple fronts of the base are firing, my power is done. In between waves, it's limping its way to recovery, refilling buffers. Buffers like the large amount of roboports that are sitting downstairs. As my power grid continues to fail, I decide to reinstall some power on the ground floor. I'm not sure which is more stressful, building on the planet's surface, where at least I get breaks, or building in the less dangerous but far noisier depths of space. Make that make sense. Oh no, in my rush to get away from Vulcanus, I ended up on my previous Gleba planet. 3 minutes to go, just keep building, just keep building. About 30 seconds later I hear... a big creature was spotted and is coming my way. Yep, that'll be a stomper stomping across my already completely dead base. I cannot express how defeating this was. At this point in the playthrough, it felt like I had fought through every single step after that first warp zone. As much as it pains me to admit, this is another loss that I could not accept. I save scum for the second time, and we're back to the repair packs. I'm back on Vulcanus, but this time I know exactly what I'm building. It's time to hook up a second line from the garden floor to the ground platform. This belt is of course going to be responsible for carrying rocket fuel up here, because I want to have 2 power systems. Clearly one is not enough. Also, instead of going to Gleba this time, I wait until I see Nauvis. Yes, please, I will take any excuse to avoid Gleba. Just like my favorite sleeping bag, I put everything back in place exactly how it fit last time. My warp accumulator is charging fairly quickly. Please let this be adequate. The last step is to actually make sure that rocket fuel makes it up top, and all I'm using is a requester chest. If only bots could move between platforms. So my warp transitions are still leaving a lot to be desired, but hey, at least my power system isn't dying anymore. For now. I'll have 2 of your finest eggs, please. Only 1 available? That's fine, I'll take it. My agricultural science remains the most annoying build because I constantly need to be reseeding it with eggs. Every time the platform dies, these eggs are at risk of spoiling, which has happened multiple times. The silver lining is with the garden floor, at least I never have to hunt for Jellynut or Yumako again. As I realize that one of my biochambers is not outputting at all onto the belt, I want to point out my ratio here. I've spoken a lot during this playthrough about letting my heart guide me, and I still am, but it would have served me to at least have a basic understanding of some ratios. I've kind of got the eggs to agricultural science backwards here. I thought nutrients were my bottleneck, so I try bolstering that production, but it's the exact same result. What can I say? I need more eggs. Okay, strafers, your message has been received. I'm getting out of here. As is tradition, it's time to rip a whole bunch of stuff out and rebuild it. I started producing explosives a while ago, but now I need to craft them into rockets and then explosive rockets, which I need to research first. A quick moment later, I have a semi-chest, semi-belt-fed automation for explosive rockets. With the garden and factory floors filling up with logistic bots, bringing them to the ground platform is going to be the next priority. I accidentally forgot the seeds on the garden platform, so I set up a quick automation to burn off any excess. Lucky I caught this before the entire system broke. I continued grinding along, crafting more flying robot frames for more bots, edging ever closer to unlocking rocket turrets. While I felt like I had made a fair amount of progress on this factory, again, every single step felt like it was so hard fought. I feel that a big reason for this is that I was so stuck in the same ruts of thought. Doing X was the most important thing at any given time. So long as I was doing, I was moving forward, right? What I should have done more consciously, and what I'm about to force myself to do, is take a step back to think. Really assess where my bottlenecks are. What's holding me back? If it hasn't been obvious throughout this entire video so far, it is my reliance on hand feeding. Having to micromanage every single resource chain is not viable in normal Factorio, let alone space age. While I continued stubbornly pushing forward, I was approaching a point of collapse. Mentally, I was really starting to struggle with this project. This is evidenced even further as I queue up some more research that's going to help me hand feed. A larger tool belt to help with more hand feeding, and some more explosive damage, I think. There are so many asteroids I'm encountering in these warp transitions. Biolabs are likely one of the most impactful buildings in terms of reducing my raw resource requirements. I'll grab Efficiency Module 3s since my power grid continues to be a concern, but Biolabs seemed to be the next logical push. Like the gun turrets they're replacing, I set target priorities on the rocket turrets to only fire at asteroids. It's unlikely that my current rocket production will even keep up with that, let alone also firing at enemies while on planets. I mean, just look at this. This is a marked improvement over what I was experiencing before the rocket turrets, and I'm still accomplishing nothing against these asteroids. Also, my laser fire has completely destroyed my power grid again. Here I was thinking that I had just addressed these problems, but nope, not even close. There's gotta be something in here that I'm missing. Some fundamental thing that I'm missing. Looking at my platform from above, it's very me. Constructed organically, following whatever whim was at the center of my focus in that moment. I've had as many successes as I've had mistakes, my biggest one being that I thought staying busy meant the same thing as moving forward. A second perk to unlocking the rocket turrets is that I've also unlocked coal synthesis. Hopefully, I can automate that soon, so this is the last time that I'm harvesting it from the world around me. These transition periods are an absolute joke. At this point, with enough walls and construction bots, I was considering just giving up until I got to railguns. I reconfigure my turbines because they were bothering me a lot, and get busy hand-feeding a bunch of wall crafting. Ay, ay, ay. Go forth, my bots, and repair the entire front edge of my platform. Much to my relief, I have not had to touch a single thing on the garden platform since converting to bots. It was a slow, inefficient start, but now that things are rolling, it's reliable, and that's what I need down here. As I found myself once again perusing the tech tree for any solution to make this faster for myself. Looking back on my footage, I've come up with multiple ways in which I could have made my life a lot easier. And I think that speaks volumes to the power of reflection. What I needed was to take a break, a step back, and have an honest look at what my flaws were. I was completely over it at this point. Things were slow, grindy, and I found myself dreading the next play session. So I stopped. I spent 2 weeks completely distracted filming and producing a video in Becastled, which was super fun, by the way. You should go check out that video. This provided me some much needed stress relief, and I found myself obsessively thinking about my factory. In my obsessions, I came up with some new ideas. I researched combinators. I started getting really excited about a new idea, but that's only if I could get it to work. This marks the point when the playthrough got really, really fun. First off, I want to fully automate the production of explosives, and that means automating coal on the garden floor. Water, sulfur, and carbon are infinite down here, so I figured I might as well make the end product before shipping it up. Next, and this is really the critical point, it's time to set up some proper automation. I'm going to move my material processing to my factory floor. I'll be using the ore and calcite recipes, so no more lava and no more stone. Alright, so, the combinator thing. If you've seen my other Factorio video, you'll remember that I just don't understand combinators. Even after building this contraption, I still don't really feel confident with them. But my first step in this build is something I'm already familiar with. I'm setting up filtered outputs for each foundry recipe. Iron, of course, supplying 5 different products, while copper is only supplying 2. It's important that I'm doing all of this using Logistic storage chests. That way, when I connect wires from my RoboPort to each of these decider combinators, I can now use each combinator to monitor a specific resource. 5 deciders for the iron recipes and 2 for copper. Inside of these decider combinators, I set which resource to monitor, in this case, iron plates. If the amount of iron plates available to my network dips below, say, 2,000, which I'll use for testing, this combinator will output a signal. I'm going to set that output signal to be the foundry-specific recipe for casting iron plates, set to a constant of 1. I've prioritized the materials based on my best guess of need. Iron plates are number 1, followed by steel, which I'm setting to output the steel casting recipe with a value of 2. Gears are 3, iron rods are 4, and finally pipes are 5. Since I'm building iron and copper individually, copper plates can start back at 1, leaving copper wire at 2. So, I now have 7 decider combinators reading the contents of my network and outputting a recipe signal that includes a priority number. I can now wire the outputs of the iron combinators to the input of a selector combinator. I repeat this for copper into a second selector. The selectors are set up identically. The mode of operation is select input with an index of 1 sorting in ascending order. This will now read the signals it receives from the decider combinators and output the one with the highest priority. Hooking these selector outputs into my foundries and enabling set recipe within them allows the combinators to dynamically change the foundry recipe based on my material needs. You'll note that the left foundry automatically updates to iron plates because I need them, whereas the right foundry does nothing because I need neither copper plates nor wire. Removing the copper wire from my network instantly cues it to be crafted in that foundry. Putting the wire back, and it's off again. Super freaking cool. And I'm gonna immediately start expanding this setup. After all, I just need that one signal to reach multiple foundries. There is one big flaw with this build, and it's the fact that I will be occasionally losing out on some productivity bonus. Trying to add logic for that broke my brain, and you know what? This works, which is all I can ask for. This centralizes a lot of my resources on the factory floor, which is where they're mostly needed anyway, and cleans up a big space on my ground floor. Unfortunately, progress is slowed down by all of the problems that went unaddressed before my little hiatus. But I can say quite confidently that this build alone propelled me to the end of the game. Instead of micromanaging gears and iron and steel and copper wire, now I just throw ore into some chests and my system does the rest. It's almost like 221 warp zones in, I started to play Factorio. With my new shiny automatic material processing, my next big hurdle is raw materials. Handling this asteroid processing and unlocking advanced asteroid processing are going to be key. That'll give me effectively unlimited iron, copper, and calcite to feed my new build. I'm once again setting up this first system relying entirely on bots, but I will be making some major changes to it as the playthrough progresses. As is tradition, I do eventually see the folly in my ways. Moving my warp asteroid collector did something weird. My game completely crashes out, and this warning message means nothing to me. I start tracking backwards through autosaves, hoping I can find the point when things went wrong. I crash again. And a third time, followed by a fourth. It was at this point that I started suspecting the warp asteroid collector. I'm pretty sure it was after moving that things got wonky. It felt more stable until I crashed a fifth time. Okay, let's try removing it straight off of the reload. Nope, there's crash 6. I've been really bad about this in the past, but I'm very happy that I have all of these backup saves. I load all the way back to when I first picked up the Warp Asteroid Collector. After a few minutes and setting up all of the crusher automation once again, it seems to be stable, so I'm gonna risk placing it back down. I have no idea what went wrong there, but hey, we're moving forward. After taking a break, this is my first time watching this transition take place. I'm chalking this up as a future me problem. There's more things that I need. A lot more. Any asteroid that I break up there is automatically collected by this Warp Asteroid Collector. You may note that I'm using active provider chests for this. I would not recommend that. I'm feeling pretty doubtful about my ability to effectively harvest these asteroids, let alone process them. I've been making some good progress, but there are still the occasional hand-fed builds laying around. I'm still crafting things like electric engines on my ground floor because they require lubricant. If only there was an easy source of infinite lubricant that I could supply to the factory floor. Sorry, I was hindsighting again. Next, I want to address this god-awful power situation. Oh wow, look at that. It almost looks on purpose this time. I wanted to keep some space for more turbines and more rocket turrets on the front edge of my platform. I love watching the bots try and make up for my bad decision making. As I watch my chests slowly fill with asteroid chunks, why isn't this working? Nothing about the build itself is broken. I've for some reason limited the inserters that are pulling materials out of the foundries. If I simply get rid of that and clear the output of the foundries, they spark right back to life. With that tweaked, I need to ramp it up, so speed modules for all. I 100% need more bots on this floor, but isn't this so much nicer than hand feeding? I tidy up a couple of old belts in order to continue expanding my power. I'm gonna have to go harvest some copper ore in order to finish this build, but I do not want to be fighting with my power system anymore. Since sulfur is unlimited down here, I attempted to set up a quick bit of battery automation. I'll drop a couple stacks of iron and copper down here and come pick up some batteries whenever I feel inclined. Hello, old friend. It's so nice to see you again. It amuses me how small my platform is relative to the size of this initial factory. I mentioned a caveat about ice a little while ago. While I am getting a lot of ice from processing asteroid chunks, it is insufficient to keep my water filled. At least it helps prolong the life of my buffer. As much as I love these flamethrowers, they're really doing a number on my old base. I thought some laser shooting speed might help me survive that little bit longer as I prepare myself for a Tesla turret push. They're what's going to make the biggest difference in my defenses. I reconfigured my labs so that there are less of them overall, but they are all covered by beacons. I didn't do any math on this, I was just kinda hoping that this was better. It saved me a lot on Productivity 2 modules. Sure, that's my excuse. Ready for my next technology push, I was curious about what my actual SPM was. I held firm at a rock solid 120 until it plummeted. My best guess is that this is being impacted by the freshness of my agricultural science. This is not the last time that is going to cause me issues. I finished up asteroid reprocessing, so the new technology priorities are advanced asteroid processing, followed by Tesla turrets. Remember when I researched yellow science and was like, hey, there might be something there for me? Well, in Warp Zone 234, I finally researched my first technology using yellow science. This mod didn't stand a chance against a guy like me. Already experiencing so many issues with these asteroid chunks, I set up asteroid reprocessing immediately, as well as increasing my buffer of raw asteroid chunks. Sorry, past me, no matter how many times you add more chemical plants to process more ice, it's never gonna be enough. But at least with all of these asteroid chunks that I am processing, I have oodles of ice to feed up to the ground floor. Unfortunately, even when I make it to Aquilo, I will never find myself with enough ice to keep my water tanks full. Warp chest, 2 assemblers, and some barrels, just saying. Anyway, it's time to get these explosives moving up to the ground platform too. No way this goes wrong. I'm definitely not adding more risk to my already fragile agricultural science build, which, yes, you see correctly, is not functioning again. Like I said, I will never produce enough water from ice. I'm so tempted to give up until I get railguns. Recognizing the inefficiency of going for bots alone, I add some upgrades for them to the research queue. I think this confirms my theory that when I'm researching a technology that does not require agricultural science, I'm hanging around the 130 mark. I'm definitely not breaking any SPM records with this base, but all I need it to do is function. Asking it to function smoothly, well, that's a whole other story. On top of bot upgrades, I'm also going to target a couple more laser upgrades. I'm still far enough away from the Tesla turrets that I'm gonna have to continue relying on flamethrowers and lasers. After these latest technologies, I'm pretty skinny on science. This should be an easy problem to address now that I have more robust material processing. I add a fourth foundry, but this one is only dedicated to LDS. Unfortunately, I can't exclusively rely on them coming from Fulgoran scrap. Keeping an eye on things, I switched to passive provider chests for all of my asteroid chunks. That has made a difference, except now my chests are filling up with iron ore and carbon. One problem at a time. I'm just happy to see everything working. Well, mostly working. I'm incredibly low on power right now. An issue that would have been easily resolved by simply adding target priorities to my turrets. These turrets all down my left and right sides do not need to be firing. With their 90% damage reduction against asteroids, it's arguable that none of the laser turrets should be firing during these transitions. Definitely none of the flamethrowers with their 100% damage reduction against asteroids. I was hinging a lot on the hope that Tesla turrets were going to fundamentally change how my platform was laid out and defended. To set myself up for success as much as I could while I prepare to gather the other materials, I queued some more research. I've never been a big fan of the Defender capsules, but apparently they're quite good. I won't be experimenting with that today because the only purpose they're serving is as a prerequisite towards electrical energy weapon damage. I want to pivot to Tesla turrets for my endgame defense. Just like the laser turrets, I want them pumping out as much damage as possible with the lowest cost to my power system. If you're curious about how Tesla turrets do against asteroids, they don't. 100% damage reduction. The more materials I automate, the more I realize how much simpler things would be if I could more freely exchange items between my floors. Train warping might be the solution to that. And you thought I'd lost it researching trains earlier. Ha 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 ha. I continue my policy of out with the old, in with the new, rebuilding my rocket automation. I'm trying to make more compact builds that I do not need to babysit. Which brings my attention to this oil setup. Even after hacking it in half, it's still too much. Just give me time, I'll get there in the end. For now, I need more electric engines. For the time being, I am still hand-feeding a couple things, but everything I'm doing is aiming at reducing that. My stock of science is recovering, now also producing yellow science. With the additional explosive damage and the additional rocket turrets up front, things are looking better in these transitions. Well, they did for a minute anyway. Do you see the problem? Yep, my water tanks were bone dry. I will never be free of my need to hydrate my base. It cannot be understated how important hydration is. So my asteroid chunk processing is awful, and I'm trying to come up with some solution to make it better. Surely there's a better way than simply shoving all of the excess into recyclers, which are also backlogging. Feeling the frustration of not being able to move materials between my floors, I start setting up some sulfuric acid automation on the factory floor. This will enable me to craft a few critical resources on the factory floor here. Among them, blue circuits, batteries, and tungsten carbide. Also, my bad, I didn't show you my actual automation. It's nothing special, pretty much 2 assemblers per recipe. No ratios, it just functions. As I need more of specific resources, I'm simply swapping out beacon modules. If I overdo it with my power system, I switch them back to efficiency modules. It's far from perfect, but at least it isn't hand-fed. Look at me leveraging blueprints like a seasoned pro. This build can just sit here gathering scrap for me until I'm ready to leave Fulgora. If I don't remember to come pick all of this back up, it will be lost. I definitely didn't leave thousands of materials behind doing just that throughout this playthrough. I'm a professional. I'm finally bringing in enough scrap to justify expanding this system. That has been a rare concept so far in this playthrough. I've also started filling out my ground floor with logistics bots. Until this point, I've been manually sorting all of the scrap products. I think it's time to let the bots take over, so I set some quick filters and I don't have to touch it again. Step by step, I am making things easier on myself. This additional material income does pose a problem for my storage. I'll refer you once again to my first Space Age video where storage and the system blocking itself was a perpetual issue on Fulgora. I am now much more aware of handling all of these excess materials. A little under 10 minutes after setting it up, it's time to tear this out and move to the next warp zone. I suspected that 4 rocket assemblers was not going to be enough, and I was right, so I left myself room for 8. I do show the occasional glimmer of foresight. To support my rocket production on the ground floor, my garden floor needs more explosive production. Warptorio really makes you value space. Next, I pivot to automating metallurgic science. The molten iron for tungsten steel and the molten copper for the metallurgic science itself I am sourcing from lava. This actually works out nicely because processing the lava in these smaller amounts is my only source of stone right now. Wait a minute, look at my minimap. My platform landed in Demolisher territory. Oh, come on, that's not fair. The Demolishers I was facing earlier were special Warptorio Demolishers that had reduced health and health regen. This is a full-on Demolisher. I have no chance. It takes me 5 warp zones to repair that damage. Throughout that time, I've been barely babysitting the few systems that do need it, and wow. This factory floor is about to completely lock up with the nearly 100,000 iron ore I'm trying to get rid of. I cannot seem to process and get rid of it fast enough. I'm now up to 6 chemical plants melting ice into my water buffer. Breaking news, more chemical plants melting ice does not mean I suddenly have more ice. My science counts reveal why I was saying earlier that a mixture of hand-fed and automated builds would be the key. While I've been off building new things, I have created thousands of science packs in the background. Every minute in game is bringing me closer and closer to being able to unlock these technologies. Old habits do die hard. My ground floor needs repair packs, so I'm manually crafting some. I've complained about the iron ore backlogging, but carbon is another problem. Fortunately for the carbon, it does have a use on the garden floor. I'm moving it down here en masse, which powers my coal synthesis and therefore my explosives. It's still manual, but at least I'm only doing this once every few warp zones. Hopefully, another pair of recyclers is going to help me through this iron ore backlog. I've been keeping a watchful eye on my science levels, and they continue to increase. I'm currently saving up everything in preparation for a big research push. And this is the point where I just completely gave up on these transitions. Between the walls and my bots on the front edge there, I'm not taking any real damage, so meh? Yep, let's see how far meh gets me. Singing my getting water song. I'll never admit that I was wrong. Oh yeah, getting biter eggs is a lot more fun now that I have a rocket launcher. Small victories, everyone. The irony is not lost on me that before switching up my material processing, I was struggling with way too much stone all the time. And now I've run out of it. For the nteenth time, I reseed my agricultural science build. This time it broke because I had too much spoilage in my catch chests. Mining stone in the warp chest and then having to bring it manually to the factory floor once again illustrates why I want to freely move materials between these floors. Oh, I found the second problem. Do you see all the explosives mixed in with the bioflux? Hopefully the now 3 chests catching explosives will prevent this. With no headaches whatsoever, agricultural science is producing again, and to match it, I need to continue expanding my bioflux production. I do have a major inefficiency on this floor, but I won't realize it for a few more hours. Over 250 warp zones into this playthrough, and I'm quite impressed with flamethrowers and lasers. Clearly they're not the best for the transition periods, but on planets, they do quite well. To a point. Whenever I hear this sound, I pucker up pretty tight. Because of my high warp count, I can't get off of this planet for another 2 minutes, and a stomper is incoming. I do manage to take the big guy down, but he took quite a few turbines with him. Shortly after, my grid fails, and I still have to survive another minute here. I need to upgrade to Tesla turrets pronto. The inefficiency that I mentioned on my garden floor is that I'm producing too many nutrients. These nutrients are spoiling, wasting bioflux, and causing more work for my bots handling the spoilage. With this build being stable again for the moment, I can push towards my next technology. Halfway through the technology, I know that I have enough science to finish it. Purple and military science are falling behind, and that's because I've run out of stone again. I wonder how efficient recycling a bunch of landfill would be. The most common way for my agricultural science build to break is moments like this. With no power, things sit there idle, so materials spoil, like eggs that spawn wrigglers, and I'm forced to use a little bit of rocketry inside the base. Ironically, I seem to be doing more damage to my base than the wrigglers did, but hey, they're dealt with. Next stop on Gleba, I'm gonna have to get some more eggs. Thinking about eggs, though, reminded me about the other types of eggs in this game. I had biolabs marked down as something that I really wanted. Like I mentioned before, they will substantially reduce the amount of raw input materials that I need. I've only played with the biter captivity mechanic once before, and given all the problems I'm having with pentapod eggs, this made me a little nervous. Because of the strain that my bioflux supply seems to be under, I am going to switch a bunch of biochambers over to productivity modules. I'm just so sick of constantly fixing this and my other Gleba builds. As I continue adding bots to this network, things just get sillier. I'm also trying to use every single tile that I possibly can. I'm running out of walls for asteroids to run into, so I have to buffer my stone brick production by shoving it wherever I can find places. I have now unlocked advanced asteroid processing, so it's time to swap over entirely to that. Iron, copper, carbon, sulfur, ice, and calcite are now effectively infinite. That is assuming I can process all of these asteroid chunks effectively. I'm finally researching Tesla turrets, making sure that I've got plenty of holmium and other supplies to start building them. My laser turrets are currently doing 20 base damage plus 22 additional damage because of the upgrades I've researched. Tesla turrets have a base damage of 120, plus each shot can arc to more enemies, adding a lot of damage potential to each shot, and they have a slowing effect on targets that they hit. Teslas are incredible. Once I have the Teslas built, I'm going to want to rebuild my entire defense system again, so some warp time extensions seem like a good idea. I'll happily take some more time to sit in the void and build without any stress. In the meantime, I'm increasing my productivity by simply slapping speed module beacons wherever they fit. I'm super close to finishing the Tesla technology when my research rate plummets. I am pretty much out of power once again because I still haven't set target priorities on my lasers. I make my way to the next planet where my power system recovers, and Tesla turrets have now been researched. Given my ongoing power issues, I am going to research warp base power. This upgrade will increase the capacity of my warp accumulator. You know, that small thing that's responsible for powering my entire factory. This recent research push has absolutely decimated my supplies of science packs. With the changes I'm about to make to my ground platform, I'd say it's worth it. My garden floor, while producing infinite explosives, is not producing them fast enough for those ludicrous transition periods. In other news, this little system, which is now supplying all of my resources, is continuing to do so. Knock on wood, I haven't had to make any changes to it recently, but nothing breaks systems like time. All right, focus in. What do I need to make Tesla turrets? Honestly, a bunch of stuff I'm already creating, so I just need to set up some quick automation. And by quick, of course, I mean there's a whole bunch of little fiddly stuff to do as I try to regain every single tile I can. I get it all roughed in, piggybacking off of my existing electromagnetic science build. Even though I'm not rebuilding the ground platform right now, I just have to say how nice it is to build in the void. I can focus on the task at hand without a million alerts sounding nonstop. I am still guilty of doing some scattered tasks by hand. Pipes have been automated by my foundries, but underground pipes I do not have automated. I go through a lot of underground pipes, plumbing water and lava into my base, and then forgetting to pick them up when I warp away. Speaking of warping away, I was not ready to leave the void, so warp time extension becomes priority uno once again. Remember, like, I don't know, 100 warp zones ago, give or take, when I was about to give up on this whole transition period? Gotta say, I'm getting pretty close to the point where I'm just going to ignore it. With the walls and the efforts of my bots on the front edge of the platform, I don't seem to be taking any major damage. I haven't been getting any more of those platform holes that I was getting a lot of in the earlier stages. As far as I'm concerned, as long as I'm able to break a few asteroids and collect a few chunks, I don't need much else right now. I am also so very, very sick of fighting this battle. At least with this battle, I can elect to not care, as opposed to my water battle, which is ongoing. Back on Fulgora, I need resources, I need more electromagnetic plants, and I need to thank my lucky stars for the Fulgoran electrical storms. Remember, I came to this planet with 0 water. Water is converted to steam at a factor of 1 to 10. So, my 0 water becomes 0 steam. Instead, I have to rely entirely on the electrical storms that happen during the Fulgoran nights. You can see my production in between lightning strikes. It's pretty telling. Despite that, I am able to finish the warp time extension research. I can now spend 40 minutes on a planet, but that does include the ever-increasing warp transition time. And I've built my first Tesla turrets. Everything looks horrible right now, until I realize that I'm finally automating repair packs. Amazing. Alright, let's quench this factory's thirst and move to the next step. 1 second, also out of stone. And I forgot the warp chest back at the factory. It's not a recoverable item, and a new one spawns at the start of every warp, which I have forgotten to bring with me multiple times. My stockpile of science is recovering, but I definitely need more military. Hence the stone, and with it I'm able to continue my push towards electrical weapons damage. I want these Teslas hitting as hard as they can. Taking a moment to appreciate just how far I've gotten off of flamethrowers backed up by turrets. Ammo-fed turrets for the first leg, switching to laser turrets, and now I think I'm ready for the next upgrade. Before which, I am realizing that I'm gonna need one more technology. I picked up these cliffs from Fulgora ages ago, and I'm really sick of building around them. And since it's such a cheap technology anyway, I think I'm finally gonna pick up cliff explosives. Before committing to fully abandon this front-facing defense, I did want to do a bit of testing. I made sure to have every single turret fully stocked with explosive rockets during this transition. The first 2 minutes go fairly well, but by the time I'm hitting the 3rd minute of the transition, I'm already overwhelmed. These transitions are taking around 3.5 minutes at this point, and I feel confident for about half of that time. On Vulcanus, I'm doing my typical cheeky wait until I see a demolisher and then lift up my whole mining operation to not lose it. Oh, that guy's turning south. Okay, I guess I can sit here a bit longer. And thank goodness I was paying such close attention here, because a wave spawns pretty much right on top of me. Oh boy, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. A bunch of these big electric poles can just be left behind. I don't care. I just need to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge my way back to the factory. And I don't almost die because of the strafers. No, I almost die because of my own flamethrowers. One more hit and I would have been done for here, but somehow I managed to get away with it. I know I've had other deaths earlier in the playthrough, but it's a point of pride. I'm really trying to not die. I mentioned that I'm still doing a few things by hand, and one of those things is moving materials between floors. There are 3 ways of doing it that I can think of now. During the playthrough, I was focused on only one of them. Once that solution inevitably fails, I'm gonna have to get creative. And my creativity led me to a solution that is going to completely change how I play this mod next time. I'm gonna leave you in suspense for the time being, because I'm such a professional storyteller. Anyway, Electrical Weapons Damage 1 is about to finish researching, and I was disappointed to see that it had no impact on my Tesla turret damage. The first 2 levels of electrical weapons damage do not affect Tesla turrets. To make myself feel better about this little oversight, I'm going to pillage a bunch of resources from my initial base. Sue me, this is what it's here for. I have cleared up my research queue, leaving a new factory platform upgrade as a blocker. I am nowhere near getting cryogenic science. And upon review, I think I have enough technology right now. I need to focus back on building. It's not like I have the science to research anything new anyway. Here we go. Who's the bright penny? Electric weapons damage 3, 4, and onwards will affect Tesla turrets. I don't think I'm going to hold my breath on that. I'm going to focus on getting the platform upgraded first. I grabbed the research for captivity just to keep it in the back of my mind, as well as scrap recycling productivity. Fulgora has been an invaluable source of resources, and I felt that eking out a little bit more with every short trip I get to Fulgora was a good call. I'm also going to grab express belts, turbo belts, and another level of inserter capacity. I'm considering these to be density changes. My hopes being that I'm able to process more materials more quickly in the same amount of space. I fire up the research machine once more to pursue these new technologies. As I sat here watching Pretty Disco Science do Pretty Disco Science things, I took a moment to think. I did briefly mention it earlier, but quality is on my mind. I would consider the quality mechanics to be another means of adding density to my factory. Taking an assembling machine 3, for example, they craft at a rate of 1.25. At uncommon quality, that increases to 1.625, and rare goes to 2. That's approaching double the rate in the same footprint. Legendary quality, which I will not be pursuing in this playthrough, would almost triple the speed. With that in mind, I'm not looking at my assembling machines, rather I'm looking at my Tesla turrets. I want to make a note that before putting in these quality modules, I removed all of the speed modules from nearby beacons. Probably the most commented mistake from my first Factorio video is that speed modules reduce the chance of getting quality products. Whoops, it all worked out in the end, and guess what? I have cliff explosives! Wait, where did the repair pack automation go? I'm not going to bet the farm on quality Tesla turrets, but it will be nice to scatter a few quality ones throughout the perimeter. One thing I'm really looking forward to with Tesla turrets is being able to mine in close proximity to my platform. Flamethrowers are great, but they do not discriminate. Everything must burn. I'm running out of iron products, so it's easy enough to simply slap down a new foundry and wire it up to the rest. There's nothing like multiplying your production by 1.5 times with a few simple mouse clicks. I need more stone, and these locals here look like a perfect opportunity to test out my new toys. Sweet, sweet, beautiful, lightning-arcing glory. Of all of the additions that Woob added to Space Age, I think Tesla turrets might be my favorite. I continue working my way forward through this biter base with 0 issues. Tesla turrets are here for business, and I promise I am not done gushing about them yet. Checking my science supplies, I've accumulated just enough for another research project. That warp power upgrade I mentioned a few minutes ago, it's time. I may be getting a little repetitive at this point, but I love disco science. Apparently, at this point in the playthrough, all I wanted to do was hoard resources so that I could sit here and watch research happen. We're gonna have to appreciate this while it lasts, because unfortunately, once I upgrade to biolabs, they aren't as pretty. Speaking of upgrades, just like with red belts, I'm not setting up any automation for blue belts. Both blue and green belts will all be bulk crafted. Again, it's not like I need huge numbers of these. And the grind continues. I need water. I really need target priorities on my perimeter defenses. It was on my mind at this point. I was just stubbornly refusing to do anything about it until I got to my Tesla upgrade, which requires more stone. Aside from being a byproduct from lava processing, I'm really not sure what the best method for getting large quantities of stone is. As my ground platform has grown, I've become increasingly reliant on larger and larger buffers. As you can see, I've been on this planet for a few minutes now, and I'm still processing scrap from my latest Fulgora trip. Right, back to belts. Do you see what I mean? I don't need to automate this. Unfortunately, I do need to increase the buffer of my lubricant if I want to continue crafting in that style. I'm about to finish the research for the warp base power, and I was so excited to see how much my capacity increases to. Nothing? Excuse me? It did work, but I have to make it to the next warp zone for the accumulator to update. This took my capacity from 1 gigajoule to 5 gigajoules. Now with a maximum capacity of 5 gigajoules, I think it's time to finally upgrade my defenses. Because the Teslas are so valuable right now, I want them behind a row of laser turrets. My hope being that the less expensive laser turrets take the brunt of any enemy damage. With this rebuild comes some realizations, such as the fact that I don't need such a massive oil system. Are you ready for this? I can finally get rid of this cliff. Part of me was like, it's not so bad being there. It blocks, well, biters, not stompers or strafers or anything else for that matter. So I blow it all up, including this little bit on the right side of the platform. Cool beans, with a brand new perimeter installed, I also decided that it was time to rebuild the entire thing again. The platform as it is, again, grew way too organically. I'm wasting a lot of space. I am keeping the old heating system online for the moment because it's helping me to heat up the new one. I was still hoping that ice was going to be my savior, and I only went with a 4-tank water buffer. Unfortunately, it's going to take me until the end of the playthrough to realize that I will never have enough ice. 2 assemblers next to the warp chest and some barrels. Gotta love that 2020 hindsight. But you can see my thought process here, right? Ice and rocket fuel are both supplied from the factory floor, ice going to the left with rocket fuel going right. For a brief moment, we can appreciate some straight lines on this platform. The next line being a full one of rocket turrets. This is my last attempt at dealing with the transition periods. If this system fails, then I give up until railguns. Cool. The straight lines were fun and all, but it's time to reintroduce some spaghetti. Another point of hindsight is that I could have really used my toolbars more effectively. Beacons, wherefore art thou beacons? Maybe I'm a little bit over-reliant on the eyedropper when I'm building. Anyway, thank you past me for finally setting up some target priorities. Tesla turrets are fairly power hungry and do not deal any damage to asteroids. So I'm setting them to shoot everything that is not an asteroid. Selecting the Ignore Unlisted Targets box will enable this. I then copy those settings to every single Tesla turret and the majority of the laser turrets around my perimeter. Since lasers do deal some damage to asteroids, I'm not adding these priorities to all of them. Any laser turret that is within range of the front of the platform is not getting priorities. I still want some asteroid chunks. You gotta appreciate improvements to the system. A splitter for explosives. No more explosives on the bioflux belt. I did get forced away from the void before I was ready. Since I don't have a power grid right now, I also don't have bots to rely on to defend my front edge. Instead, it's little old me with my handful of personal bots running back and forth across the front edge, hoping that I'll survive. I do make it to Nauvis and connect water to my new power system. Taking a look at my network info, it's good news. With the base sitting here under normal operation, I am gaining power. I am going to have to keep a close eye on this during heavy enemy attacks, and cross my fingers that the upgrades on top of the target priorities will solve my transition issues. It's a guy's right to dream, isn't it? I'm taking a different approach to building my ground platform this time. Working from the bottom to the top, I am packing it as densely as I can with systems that I know I need. Power obviously being the big one, with the heating and water system to support it right above. I finished installing new rocket automation on the right-hand side, and now I'm rebuilding scrap. I'm also seeing my Tesla turrets in action for the first time, and yeah, this was worth the investment. These were pretty small attack waves, but my power grid barely felt it. On my north end, I see that my rocket turrets are firing at targets that are not asteroids, so I'm gonna fix that next. I finished building out scrap, and I will be relying on logistics bots. Belts would be more reliable, but I just don't think I have the space to sort all of the outputs. I don't quite have my rocket delivery system online. I also don't quite have enough rocket turrets to finish off the front line, but this does serve as a nice test. I get to see exactly how my platform handles being undefended during the transition. My next priority is re-automating agricultural science in, version 8 of this build. I finish building it out and take a moment to really inspect my defenses. The real test is going to be against the strafers and stompers from Gleba. These biters don't stand a chance. While I've kept busy rebuilding the ground floor, my finally automated factory floor has kept producing science, which I'm going to spend on more lab research speed and inserter capacity. Of course, the redesign is perpetual as I realize that I have not left myself room for beacons. I can use this extra room to pull across some bioflux and eventually water. I make it back to Fulgora, realizing that I haven't placed a single lightning rod, and scramble looking through every chest. Where the heck did they go? Right. Oh yeah, Fulgora means scrap, and I need to test this new system. I make a few inevitable tweaks to the belting, but this is running fairly smoothly. I am collecting a decent amount of ice from the scrap, and I feed it right into my water system. Spoiler alert, even with this augmenting the ice that's coming from asteroid chunks below, it's not nearly enough. I finish automating my agricultural science, and while I'm not ready to commit to it yet, agricultural science does allow me to research more asteroid productivity. I wasn't sure my asteroid system was robust enough to warrant this, but productivity is productivity. Just gotta reseed the agricultural science build. Again. My biggest issue on the garden floor remains producing too many nutrients, which then spoil quickly. It's still functioning right now, but I'm on the cusp of figuring that out. For now, I'll just focus on getting this build going. I'll note that this is the first build where I've almost properly ratioed my eggs to science. I should now be overbuilding eggs so that the science labs never stop running. Cool beans, I had a couple circuit conditions as guardrails for my eggs, and this build should be good to go once more. Back to disco sciencing. I'm now ready to research captivity. A little slowly, mind you. I don't even think that half of my labs are working. Yep, missed a belt. It should be good to go now. I'm realizing that I haven't left myself a ton of space for electromagnetic or metallurgic sciences, but at least they're easy to produce. As far as testing my Tesla turrets against strafers go, I think they do quite well. The only issue being that the strafers are able to get a shot off against my defenses. As it stands, they weren't able to get my turrets past green health, but that's something to keep an eye on as the waves continue to scale. Now, check out this SPM graph. I think it's a perfect representation of my understanding of Factorio. But hey, that's captivity researched. I quickly automate the capture bot rockets, for which I'm already producing all of the materials. I'm gonna try and remember how good that feels when I move on to the biolabs. Also, it was at this point that I decided I'm just giving up on these transitions. I have thought about it and tried to work through solutions, and it is just costing me bandwidth and resources that I don't have to spare. Sacrificial bots and walls are just gonna have to do it until I unlock railguns, because this is a ludicrous number of asteroids. Just ignore all the flashing lights and warning sounds. It's all fine. Keep building. I did manage to find myself another void world, and I don't need the factory running right now. I just need some peace and quiet to build in. I finished filling in electromagnetic and metallurgic sciences, the recipes for which I'll have to set when I get to their planets. This time in my design, I'm trying to leverage the fact that electromagnetic plants allow fluids to pass through them. Anything to save a few more tiles of space. Remember a second ago how I was appreciating having all of my materials laid out already? Biolabs require uranium. And not that boring U-238 stuff. I need the processed, shiny U-235. Looks like I got a new resource to hunt for on Nauvis. Now that I have these automations built out, I'm also taking time to shove additional water tanks wherever they fit. Have I mentioned how nice it is to confidently be able to spend more time on planets knowing that my defenses can hold up? I make it back to Fulgora, step 1 always being setting up a new scrap mining outpost. And I realized that because of fluid inputs, I packed these a little too tight. I've got to get holmium over to the electromagnetic science plants as well. I make sure every part of this build is stacked with productivity modules. With that, I've almost re-automated all of my science. I want as much of this infrastructure as possible to be running in the background while I run around looking for uranium. I don't know why, there's just something so satisfying about crafting belts in this method. I will start using a few blue belts here and there, but honestly, I'm probably just gonna skip straight to turbo belts. Electromagnetic science is now pumping away. Agricultural science broke again, but we're not talking about that right now. I want to focus on my victories here. Like this combinator system that is still just working. This is the first time I have ever successfully figured out something with combinators in this game. I'm so proud of myself, and that's another reason why I love this game so much. Solving the puzzle is immensely satisfying. I found Nauvis before I found Vulcanus, so I'll set up some stone automation, check my sciences, I definitely need to work on blue science production, and start building out my next tech wish list. On this wish list, and it's something I've wanted for a long time, is the tank. That's going to make exploring planets a lot easier. Disco, 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 disco. I have been making an effort to keep an eye on my SPM because I'm genuinely curious about how it's going to be impacted when I upgrade to biolabs. Right now it looks like I can peak around the 330 SPM mark, which isn't bad, honestly. I can't sustain it over time, but it's nice for these little research bursts. I research all the way to 99%, and apparently I can't even sustain one research. My SPM graph plummets, and the reason is that for the first time since upgrading my base, I've run out of water. Someone hasn't been keeping up on his chores. I've also, during the transition periods, begun collecting promethium chunks. This is really annoying because I have no way of using them. How do I do this again? Shift spacebar, okay. Get wrecked chest. Oh my gosh, turn your bots off, man. What are you doing? For a brief moment, I thought that I could handle this manually. It's very clear that I cannot. I am going to be getting way more promethium than I can handle, which reveals a pretty major flaw in this asteroid system that I'm going to have to address. First things first though, my base is thirsty. So thirsty, in fact, that it takes a concerning amount of time for things to start coming back online. Noted. Let's avoid that moving forward. Back to my disco, 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 disco. What do you say we watch this upcoming tank research in real time? This definitely reinforces how late I'm getting the tank. I should have built one of these an eternity ago. It would have made hunting around Gleba so much easier. Unlike the car that gets stopped by every little speed bump, the tank just rolls right through. I will also mention that I forgot in this playthrough that vehicles now have equipment grids. That would have made my tank even more fun, but maybe next playthrough. Cool, one ramble and one tank technology finished. What's next on my science wish list? I guess the better question is, what can I afford? I'm flat out of blue science, so I'll have to go back into stockpiling mode for a bit. I still haven't figured out a reliable way of transporting items between my floors. I'm still bringing up walls, engines, iron, green circuits. It's really making me want to address the floor-to-floor communication issue. But shifting back over to another win, I can now mine safely close to my platform. Thank you, Tesla turrets. It's finally in Warp Zone 290 that I find some uranium that's close enough to be viable. The reason it's a bit more challenging is because mining uranium requires sulfuric acid. But first, I'm just going to have to stake my claim here and say hi to the neighbors. My initial solution to sulfuric acid is to set up a local chemical plant. I don't need too much of it, so I can just manually feed this. The tricky part, at least I thought it was the tricky part, is water. Instead of dragging this pipe all the way from my base, I could have just melted some ice on site. I will figure that out a little bit later in the playthrough, but for now, I'm producing my first uranium ore. While that's mining, I'm going to address an ongoing issue that I'll have. It seems using the buildings as a pass-through has a downside. I'm pretty sure this occurs when the platform warps, but my fluid systems keep mixing with each other. Clearing the electrolyte out of my holmium line gets the build sparked back up. I collect my first bits of uranium with my hands, do not mess with the Factorio engineer, and I've created myself a bit of space down here to build in. My top priority with uranium processing is getting Kovarex enrichment. It'll guarantee my income of U-235, but it takes a long time to establish, especially when you're working in such a limited space. I get as much as I can out of it, but as is tradition in Warptorio, it's all gotta come down. I've set up a couple centrifuges to begin processing the raw uranium ore. This is something that I'm just gonna have to sit and wait for. Something I'm gonna be waiting for even longer because I'm adding productivity modules. I definitely feel leveraging productivity is critical with uranium. I surround it in beacons, making it more efficient and more speedy, and, well, this is the rate. That's gonna take a while, so I'll just manually deal with a bunch of promethium chunks, I guess. Because I haven't researched them, my engineer has no idea what they are, and I cannot select them in filters. I'd forgotten at this point that you can use Q to eyedropper items into filters. Oh well, who's not up for watching me suffer a bit unnecessarily? I've mentioned bringing materials from the factory floor to the ground floor, but I'm also bringing materials from the ground floor to the factory floor. I'm constantly ferrying down blue circuits, red circuits, LDS, steel, all manually. But after each complaint, I have to say something positive. Check it out, it's my first piece of uranium-235. I spy with my little eye a place for another water tank. Ugh, warp chest, 2 assemblers, barrels. I realized that on Fulgora my energy is effectively infinite during the nighttime, so I'm gonna swap out all of my recyclers to full speed modules. They're usually only running on Fulgora and for a little while afterwards, and I definitely need more resource income. I've been on the planet for a little while now, wanting to test my defenses. Even against these fairly aggressive waves of strafers and biters, my defenses have no problem cutting through them. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that the laser turrets are a bit redundant at this point. With my clicker over the warp button, I've got a stomper inbound. I just want to see how this goes. Power is looking great. Okay, here he comes. Alright, so maybe the lasers aren't completely redundant, but he stood no chance against those Teslas. Okay, that's looking a little scary. I'm out of here. While I have said that I'm giving up on this front edge, I can't completely neglect it. Most of my resource income is from asteroid chunks, and it seems that I still collect them even if the asteroids are breaking by colliding with my platform. This is when I noticed too that maybe I no longer need to supply bots and walls to the front edge. I don't seem to be getting any more platform holes, so maybe I can ignore this. I was hoping that this would reduce the amount of stone that I would have to go out and mine. This was wishful thinking. I honestly feel it would have been better to stick with ore and calcite. My uranium build is taking forever to get anything done, so I double it up. I do now have 2 of the 40 U-235s that I need, and feeling confident about my power situation, I start jamming more speed modules into buildings. As long as I stay power positive, it's all good, he says as he runs out of water. I make it to Gleba, refill, and bad news, I'm still draining. Okay, might have gone a little crazy with speed modules, but that's easily corrected. In the next warp zone, I managed to secure more uranium ore. I'm definitely going to need more of this. But this patch happens to be right where the waves seem to be spawning. I've defended it with a couple of Tesla turrets and I guess a pipe wall because that's all I have with me. After tweaking a bunch of modules, hooray, my power system is stable again. At least when I'm not under attack. But honestly, even when I am, the power surges aren't terrible. Holy guacamole, everybody, did I do it? Did I stabilize? That only took 294 warp zones. By the way, I have also doubled uranium production for a second time because it is so arduously slow. Trying to come up with a solution to my fluid mixing problem, I tried installing a pump. I was hoping I could filter out one fluid, but it won't allow me to connect the lines. This might have worked if I'd completely cleared all the lines. I don't know. This is a problem that I will battle with until the end of the playthrough. I never find a good solution. I'm up to 23 U-235s now, with a healthy stockpile of science building up. I even have over 1,000 electromagnetic science. I hope you're not tired of seeing the absolute chaos that are my transition periods. Visually, I think this is awesome, but from a practical standpoint, it's clear this is never going to work. I can't even keep my turrets supplied with rockets for more than a minute or two. The good news with these asteroids is that they don't seem to have collision after I leave space. I'm still not used to walking on water in this mod pack, and I have to say that driving on water is a blast. Who needs the tank when you have these open expanses to cruise across? 27 warp zones after starting my uranium processing. I have enough for the first recipe of Covarex enrichment. Each time the machine processes, I will gain 1 more U-235 for the cost of 3 U-238s. Until I get more U-235, I can only process 1 recipe at a time, so this is going to take a while. Earlier I had a theory that enemy waves don't really care about non-military targets. I think I can count that as proven here because they completely ignored my stone miners. Why am I saving all of this random junk in a chest? Well, that's a great question. The little loot goblin that lives in my brain is happy to tell you that I am incapable of wasting resources. Intentionally, anyway. And it's back to the grind. Metallurgic science has fallen behind, and I've got my eye on those turbo belts. Because dealing with the demolishers has been a bit of a pain, I've slacked on getting more tungsten. Yes, this is what I do every time I harvest tungsten. I can't just leave these miners here, they're too expensive to lose, and the second I see a demo head popping out of a corner, I am on high alert. He doesn't seem very concerned with my mining outpost, and a quick look at the minimap reveals a problem. He's not worried about my mining outpost. He's heading for my platform. Realizing this, I snap into action, getting myself ready in the only way I knew how. A whole bunch of ammunition and a whole bunch of turrets, hoping that I've guesstimated where he's going to land on my wall accurately. I'm just finishing getting the ammunition into the turrets when he shows up. With all of this firepower and me shooting rockets from the side, please be enough. Oh... Okay, that was not bad. I am very thankful I was paying such close attention to his path and was able to react in time. Without that turret wall, he would have razed half my factory, and let's face it, I probably would have save-scummed. I want to be honest about my mistakes, and proud of my occasionally solid gameplay. While all of that's been happening, the Covarex enrichment has been faithfully producing in the background, and I'm about to get my 40th piece of additional U-235. Booyah! I now have enough to have 2 machines doing this at the same time. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to do this manually at first because I don't know how to set the inserters to insert 40 into one machine before the other, but hey, progress. Gosh, would you keep it down out here? I'm trying to get some work done. I'm continuing to appreciate the small victories anytime I can, and anytime that scrap spawns next to my platform, it's a good day. I was kind of back to the point of feeling a little stuck. Biolabs are still my primary focus, but I was looking for options to make my push towards them a little bit easier. My lack of egg experience handling these biter eggs is probably why I was procrastinating. I didn't see any solutions that I liked, so biter eggs it is. I grab a few capture rockets and sit on my factory floor admiring the chaos until Nauvis pops up as my next planet. The first one I find doesn't have a single biter nest anywhere nearby. In the next warp zone, I plug in my water, because of course I do, and get to work setting up a new set of target priorities for Tesla turrets. These will be the ones that I use to attack biter bases, not the ones that defend my platform. I'm having them attack absolutely everything except biter nests. It's a bit of a moot point, given that the electricity arcing is not discriminating between targets, it's just hitting everything, so I need to fire some capture rockets onto these nests and claim a couple. Once they have a capture bot on them, the turret will ignore them, as will the electrical arcs. And right on, little bit of bioflux, and I'm producing my first biter eggs. This opens the door to the Biolabs technology and to Productivity 3 modules. I feel Productivity 3 modules would have been a better investment right now, but I'm going for Biolabs. Which of course means restarting agricultural science once again. Excuse me, big guy. Yeah. Join the rest of your friends. I just want the eggs over here. Being a master of physics and momentum, I drive into the egg nest at about 5 kilometers an hour, eventually break it, and slowly limp my way away from the battle. I'd like to see a car do that. Here is the moment when I realize my spoilage problem. Once I'm confident that this is running again, I'll address that by limiting the inserters to only output a couple hundred nutrients at a time instead of constantly filling the chests. Which of course then leads to the majority of it spoiling. After watching the build for a couple of seconds, I upgrade the nutrient belt, which should help, and after a couple seconds rebuffering, agricultural science is producing once more. The best thing about these biochambers is that they do not require power running off of nutrients. So I can beacon to my heart's content with speed modules with zero impact to my power system. After observing the build for a little while longer, I determined that my eggs are a little bit over-limited. I'll quickly tweak the circuit condition to allow more eggs onto the belt. That way, the buildings producing agricultural science can be producing it non-stop. By the way, lava is insufficient for providing stone. I still need to mine it. My agricultural science output is low enough that only half of my labs are running, making for a somewhat disappointing final disco. I finished the research for biolabs, which, as I mentioned earlier, are unfortunately not as disco-y. I have access to everything that I need to build them, but I need more U-235 to process. I guess I can officially call clearing my fluid pipes an ongoing chore. It happens pretty much every warp. I make my way back to Nauvis, securing 3 nests to produce more biter eggs. Because I'm still very uncomfortable with these mechanics, I'm just going to let them fill up completely and then take them all back to the base in one batch. I was hoping that this would mitigate any problems I had with spoilage. Also, beacons don't work on these. Tested and confirmed. Another neat change about Warptorio in Space Age is that I can warp from anywhere. While I do leave my tank behind, my character pops back to the platform. Pre-Space Age, your platform would leave you behind. If I recall, you couldn't get back to it until you died. But that's neither here nor there because I'm producing my first biolabs. Compared to normal labs, biolabs process twice as quickly and have a 50% science drain, effectively doubling the research I get per pack. On top of that, they have 4 module slots instead of 2, so I can eke out even more productivity. This is going to reduce my overall resource requirements dramatically. I know I have bots, but picking this all up by hand is oddly cathartic. I start setting up some new beacons, but I'm met with some bad news. Biolabs cannot be placed on the factory floor. And I've packed this factory so tightly, where am I going to put these up here? I make the executive call of fully tearing apart my rocket setup. This does carry risk with it, but this build felt like the least important of anything on the ground floor at this point. I can squish in 3 whole biolabs. I make sure they're all filled with as many productivity modules as I can fit, as many beacons with speed modules as I can fit, and I don't need these radars. I can fit a 4th one in here. Cool, and with access to biter eggs, I figured that the next most important thing was the productivity 3 modules. Though I did spend a fair amount of time longingly staring at the next ground platform upgrade. I'm gonna have to supply the labs manually for the moment, but for the resource savings, I think it's worth it. With all 4 of them functioning at full speed, yeah, they're not as pretty as the other labs. I miss disco science. The waves that I'm encountering are continuing to get more intense, but my defenses are holding strong. I'm realizing that my weakest points are my corners. I'm gonna have to come up with a better solution for that in the next design, which is coming down the pipeline in not too long because I'm going after not 1, but 2 ground platform upgrades. I'm going to be going for broke here, 2 platform upgrades in a row. I think grabbing stack inserters first is going to help with that process. Despite robustifying my power grid, it seems that when I'm under heavy attack, it still can't keep up. It's been a while since I landed on a previous planet, but you can see my other platform there on the minimap. This was a nice reminder to me to absolutely avoid going to the same planets multiple times in a row. I can't warp out for another 10 seconds and my defenses have failed. I didn't know what I could do in this moment aside from sit here and pray that the damage is minimal. I warp away, but remember when I said that the platform brings anything on it with it? Yeah, it brought the strafers with me. My turrets are providing the odd little bursts of damage, but I need to go around with my wee little SMG to deal with these strafers. For half a second there, I was feeling so confident, and Warptorio came and checked me. Feeling humbled once again, I swap out some modules, and my power system, now that I'm not under full attack, recovers. At least with these biolabs, even though I only have 4 of them, I'm still carving through research at a reasonable rate. I finished the research on Productivity Module 3s, I've changed my mind about stack inserters, so it's time to go for the ground platform upgrades. Right on. I need a combined total of 15,000 research to get these upgrades, which is going to take a little bit with only the 4 labs. But I don't see any other technologies providing me more progress than a maxed out ground platform. I do have a bit of a trick up my sleeve though. Just like earlier when I stopped the research of the platform repair technologies at 99%, I'm doing the same with the ground platform. I'm not going to trigger the upgrade until I find another void world. Oh, by the way, this is how I'm dealing with Promethium chunks nowadays. Filling my own inventory and feeding them into the recyclers. I've complained for quite a while about not having the ability to transport resources reliably between my floors. These platform upgrades should give me the space I need to go after warp trains. Alright, time to pull the trigger. I really hope that these asteroids that are floating down the side don't cause any problems. Perfect! No platform holes. Now, this does look like a transition period, but I'm actually in a void right now. It seems that the green, empty world isn't my only option with the void. Initially, I thought I was going to have a nice, peaceful time building in the void, like every other time. I get busy with a new perimeter, same concept, lasers backed up by Tesla turrets. But now on the sides and back, I'm only going with a single thick wall. The walls honestly don't do much for me. Unfortunately, the space void does come with asteroids. The good news is that they spawn nowhere near as frequently as they do during the transitions. I'd also like to take a quick moment to recognize the sacrifice of so many bots. You can see the line of broken shells here revealing where my platform edge used to be. This expansion is going to be pretty basic. I'm not ready for a full rebuild yet. The bot union informed me that the line of corpses here from their fallen brethren was demotivating my workforce, so I'll tidy that up quickly. I'm in a bit of a love-hate relationship with stack inserters. They have the highest throughput of any inserter, 33% faster than bulk inserters. However, they will not operate until they have collected a full hand size of items. That's broken some builds for me in the past, but they'll definitely help increase the throughput of things like scrap production. My new platform design is working quite nicely. My builds extend horizontally as it expands instead of rebuilding everything. A little side project I've had going has been building up some more modules to get myself some Mark II power armor. I've also smashed a bunch of biolabs in temporarily, and I am kissing the edge of this next platform upgrade. And there it is. This is the final upgrade and maximum size for my ground platform. Unfortunately, I have less than 10 minutes left in this void world, so I'm gonna have to make this snappy. Building in map mode is incredibly powerful once you have access to bots. This is another shortcoming of mine. I'm always the guy that has to go and touch things with his engineer. Because this is going to be my endgame platform, I have to consider heat. Remember, this platform comes with me to every single planet, which in the not-too-distant future will include Aquilo. For my nearly endgame perimeter, there will be one more iteration after this, but I'm planning for a double layer of Tesla turrets. I don't have enough Tesla turrets built right now in order to implement this fully, but I will be building with this in mind. One thing's obvious, I'm gonna need a lot more heat piping. It's pretty astounding to me just how big this platform is compared to where it started. I can't allow myself to get too distracted though. I have less than 5 minutes to secure my platform. I knew that my next big technological leap was going to be Aquilo, but I was pretty far away from being ready for that. Because of that, I'm going to grab a bunch of quality of life and filler technologies, like more equipment for my power armor. I'm also grabbing tree seating, because it's cheap, and elevated rails. I read on the forums that the warp trains should work with elevated rails, and my goodness, that would be so cool to incorporate into this factory. With seconds remaining, I provide my bots with some walls to get these last bits filled in, and at least my perimeter is defended. While I don't have to completely rebuild and rethink my entire platform, I have a lot of things to re-automate, like this asteroid chunk collection. These Promethium chunks have become the bane of my existence, and no, I have not been showing you this every time I've done it. Despite the time codes of my videos, I try my best to respect your time. Manually dealing with these chunks has been so tedious, and with that former lab area looking pretty bare down there, yeah, I've got a lot of stuff to build. I blasted through those other technologies with haste, so I'll grab a whole bunch of braking force because I am putting all of my eggs in the warp train basket. I also want more bot speed. I'm going to be demanding more and more of those little guys. Taking lessons from the comment section of my previous Factorio video, I am going to create 2 heating systems. One is going to be responsible for heating my base, the other is going to be responsible for powering my base. This should help to mitigate the heat death spirals that I was experiencing in my last playthrough. I've built in a bunch of buffer tanks, making sure that everything power-related is heated. While I've done little but complain about how ice is never enough, it does add a fair amount of water to my system. It's not a cure-all, but it does significantly extend my time between fill-ups. Trying to also route a bunch of heat piping through all of this definitely presents some challenges, but I'm here for it. I absolutely love the aesthetic of Aquilo, and I cannot wait to see this base glowing. Looking at my heating system, I definitely want more heating towers for it. The heat just isn't making it to the boilers on the far right. I'll address that in a second, but taking the lesson from that, I'm going to copy my base heat over to the other corner as well. I cannot afford a single turret freezing up. By the way, this is what my equipment grid is looking like right now. Nothing special. I'm constantly running out of power with my exoskeletons, so a portable fission reactor is also on my mind. There are a lot of technologies that I need for my endgame platform. Lightning collectors as opposed to lightning rods for Fulgora being a big one. They're more space and power efficient, and because of the electrical storms on Fulgora, I've already decided to do the final technology on that planet. The prospect of near infinite power when your base's defenses are electrical is pretty nice. Also on the topic of that fission reactor, I think it's time to make the jump to mech armor. It'll make gathering materials from planets like Vulcanus a lot easier. I can just walk over the lava lakes in this mod, but the cliffs. Rest in peace to the defenders of the latest front line, you will be remembered. Initially, I had the goal of trying to have everything work all the time. This includes heating the new scrap build, but I will abandon this endeavor before long. I'll come to realize that on Aquilo, I don't need to be processing everything on site, only harvesting the materials. As long as the core parts of the factory are functioning, everything else can freeze up. What I'm most excited for with this platform upgrade is a proper biolab setup. Bot-fed, beacon coverage, full productivity modules. The only thing that could have made this better is some quality. Even with the tank, collecting these eggs to reseed agricultural science is as annoying as ever. There's a technology that I've been sleeping on that would help immensely with both this and demolishers. Nothing's working, why Gleba? I'm just gonna make more biolabs, that I can handle. Who am I kidding? Most of the infrastructure on the top half of the platform is being torn out and rebuilt. That is, if I can ever manage to free myself of these chores. The next research plan involves some exciting ones. I'm going to lean more into scrap recycling productivity and electrical weapon damage. With these, I'm aiming to make my platform more efficient. I'm also going to be researching artillery, which I'm hoping makes me more efficient. I have built up the materials, though, to empty out my existing equipment grid. That can only mean it's time to craft some mech armor. This grid is looking real scarce now. I absolutely love the mech armor. Time to take it out on its inaugural flight. Maybe not that way. Actually, it's a good time to observe the perimeter defenses in action. I feel the strafers are my biggest threat because of their projectiles. With a burst of damage, they almost destroy one of my Tesla turrets. I'm also constantly losing bots, which led me down a different rabbit hole. I've relied on oil products, including lubricant, on my ground platform since the start. But I also have access to lubricant from jelly, which my garden floor is producing. Almost 350 warp zones in. Am I gonna start space aging? I'll continue considering my options while I supersize my electromagnetic science. This is the last major rebuild of the factory, so I've got to make it count. He says as wrigglers are spawning from spoiled eggs in his agricultural science build. I will one day nail down spoilage mechanics. Even with my endgame base, I am still manually piping in water. I did have to reduce my water buffer slightly to accommodate a few more heating towers on the right side here. Now all of my steam turbines are at full capacity. In an attempt to mitigate my fluid issues, I tried adding pumps before any fluids were added to the system. My idea here was to add the filtered pumps and hopefully gate the systems from interfering with each other, but it isn't the pipes that are causing my issues. I'm pretty sure it's the buildings themselves. Despite my best efforts, I will continue to be plagued by the bug causing my fluids to mix in my pipes when I warp. My favorite part of rebuilding, moving the bot storage. I'm so proud of myself for delegating tasks instead of needing to obsessively touch everything. So I showed my save scumming in the early game, and now I'm going to show another bit of cheating. I'm using the console to speed up game time. This does nothing to change the gameplay itself, I'm only accelerating it. I was feeling immense stress about getting this video released. I'd invested so much time into my failed project, and this one was taking way longer than I'd anticipated. So, in the interest of transparency, I do apologize for my desperate measures. I update some of my blueprints to incorporate my new technologies. This small portable scrap miner is remarkably effective. It's to the point where I almost feel comfortable replacing more efficiency modules with speed. Speaking of modules, you get a productivity module, and you get a productivity module, and you get a productivity module. I'm sorry, these things excite me. It's free resources. I get everything filled in with beacons, set the recipes, and my shiny new electromagnetic plant is officially producing. Well, I guess it's a whole collection of plants. I was speaking in broader terms. What would a collection of plants be? A herbarium? No, that's not right. Anyway, hooray, in with the new, out with the old. Upgrading metallurgic science is next so that I can properly research artillery. I am going to continue relying on lava on the ground floor. It's plug and play, and I have a plan for the stone. I build up this monstrosity, it's nothing we haven't already seen, and I decide that I hate where it's sitting. I want to set it to a vertical build, allowing room for beacons and Tesla turrets. Which means that my new lab build is in the way, so I'll move it. So now I can put tungsten steel here and preserve a bit more space in the center of my platform. Remember, I'm aiming at getting a train set up here, so I want there to be a reasonable amount of space to work in. That should about complete the final metallurgic science build. Why did I build it bigger than electromagnetic? I don't know. But next is agricultural science, which I follow the same principle with. I took the exact same build, flipped it vertically, and doubled it. Saving as much space as possible with as much throughput as possible, I've finally upgraded to turbo belts. I kick off the build, but I quickly come to realize that I've made a mistake. There's not supposed to be bioflux on that center belt. So I tear it all up, realize I have to move the entire build up by one tile, redo all of the inputs, add for the first time on the ground platform some proper spoilage management. I'm using this to bolster my base heat because I want it to be the more robust system. Even if the steam turbines freeze up, I can live off of accumulator charge for a few minutes anyway. With those couple of minor tweaks and turbo stacked belts, I'm hoping that this build doesn't break anymore. Spoiler alert, it will, but for an entirely different reason that I had not anticipated. I finished tidying up my lines, and I can now tear out this old agricultural science build. My new platform is now fully rebuilt and supersized with plenty of room to spare. I also tightened up and compacted the inserters pulling away from the warp chest. Alright, I'm feeling confident about the next resource push and moving into these Endgame Technologies. First things first, I am done dealing with Promethium. It's time to finally re-automate asteroid chunk processing, and this time I'm giving the bots a break. I weave a belt through a series of crushers to process the different chunks. At the end of the loop, I'm adding circuit conditions that monitor the contents of the entire loop and reprocess the asteroids based on need. I want you to remember the concept of this looping belt with monitored contents on it. It will be part of a major breakthrough that I have a bit later in the playthrough. The looping belt obviously feeds back into itself, taking priority over new asteroid chunks entering the loop. Bots will still handle the resource outputs for now. While I wait for more crushers to build, I'm finally setting up electrical engine production on my factory floor. Infinite jelly means infinite lubricant. Now, it's time to start playing with this warp train concept. The way that this is intended to work is that you set the names of stations as warp station. If you have a second station named warp station on another floor positioned identically relative to the warp accumulator, the train will be teleported between the warp stations. We can see that starting to work here, but I'm getting this warning message because it needs a destination to warp to. Oh, right, distractions. I didn't actually finish swapping over my asteroid chunk processing. Hold on. You can only have a single one of these warp asteroid collectors placed at a time, just like the warp chest. The problem with spending so much time on my factory floor is that I lose sight of what's happening on the ground floor. That was an unfortunate hit for the top right to take, but it could have been worse. My Tesla turrets did remarkably well, considering I was completely unprepared for that. It's not too costly of a repair to get everything back online, and fortunately enough, that demolisher was in charge of the top half of this nearby tungsten patch. I should be able to harvest a nice amount here. My new asteroid system still has no way of dealing with promethium chunks, but at least I can pull them directly off the belt into the recyclers now. I still didn't know how to set the promethium chunks into filters, so I just blacklisted the other asteroid chunks instead. Right, okay, back to this warp train. Using the accumulator as my anchor, I position a second rail that is identical to the one on the factory floor. And nothing seems to work. I'm just getting a whole bunch of errors. Real quick between warp zones, this system is working quite nicely by all appearances, minus the strain that I'm putting on my bots. I tried making the rail a little bit longer to give my train some running room. This didn't seem to have any impact at all. I thought, okay, let's try positioning it vertically without any cargo on it. While the train does appear to be warping now, I don't think this is the intended functionality. I really wanted it to be a horizontal train, so I switch back to that and continue testing. The order in which the train is trying to move to stops seems to matter. Having it go to the warp station as the second stop seems to have fixed its confusion. The train is now properly warping from the factory floor to the ground floor, and after a few seconds, back to the factory floor. This was pretty late at night, so I clapped my hands together, feeling quite accomplished. I can build this system out tomorrow. The next day, I came back and started building out my supply train. One cargo container supplying materials from the ground floor, one supplying materials to the ground floor. I fully filtered my wagon so that I can control exactly the materials traveling up and down. Finally, a way to properly move items between my floors. I kicked the train off for its maiden voyage, and what? Why is it not working now? I didn't change anything with the train schedule. I sat here absolutely perplexed by this. I've already fought this battle. I solved it. At least I thought I did. Maybe it has something to do with these inserters being right next to the track? No, that doesn't really make sense. What if I just delete everything that I built today? And the train refuses to warp. I spent so long trying to figure this out. I read through the forums, I checked out YouTube, I looked on the Discord. This problem stonewalled me. So I focused back on problems that I could solve, like increasing the size of my water buffer. If I'm spending long periods of time thinking about warp train issues, I can't also be focusing on my water buffer. Speaking of buffers, I've added a gigantic stone buffer. I was hoping that the train was going to solve this problem, but I'm still relying on these belts. It's a shame I can only do 4 materials at a time, but maybe there's another way. Without the train, I'm also needing to bring science up manually from the factory floor. I was hedging my bets on getting that train working. But the good news, artillery has just finished researching. I'm going to quickly set up some automation to build them on the ground floor. Especially the shells. I have no use for them anywhere but here. I also finished researching electric weapons damage 4, 2 of which are augmenting my Tesla turrets. For technologies, I'm going to continue pushing for more toys. speed and quality module 3s, coal liquefaction as an option for oil production, I wasn't entirely sure about this one, and another upgrade to the warp belt speed. Remember the looping belt from my asteroid processing? Despite failing my endeavor so far with warp trains, I might have something else up my sleeve. I'll also grab more mining productivity because why not? And discharge defense. My character is uncomfortably weak on his own. While all of that is researching, I'm going to get some artillery turrets set up. This is another technology that I slept on for way too long in this playthrough. Collecting large amounts of tungsten ore just got a lot more reliable. Unfortunately, I can't show you why because I don't find any tungsten nearby on this ribbon world. Instead, I'll continue my upgrades. I'm not quite done with lubricant on the ground floor. At least until I'm happy with my supply of turbo belts, I'm going to continue bulk crafting up here. It's with a heavy heart that I make the decision to tear down this automation that has completely carried my playthrough for the last 140 warp zones. I cannot properly express how much this build accelerated my progress. With my production needs nowadays, I need dedicated foundries for each material. I am so proud of that combinator build. It's my favorite thing that I've ever built in this game. It wasn't optimal, it wasn't pretty, but it worked without interruption and without additional input from me. But I'm now at a point where my production requires dedicated foundries. I'm going to continue with some quality of life upgrades, increasing my artillery damage and range, and grabbing a bit more equipment for my mech armor. At first, I intended to show artillery making tungsten easier to mine. Instead, we get to see the other benefit, easily being able to grab more pentapod eggs. Plus, the fun factor has increased significantly because I now have a boom button. I should never have access to such power. I get both builds fired up again, and please just work this time. I'm so sick of fighting with you. With agricultural science back online, I switch my priority to stacked belts. If anything's going to continue increasing my throughput, it's this. On a whim, I also decide to grab epic quality. I did mention forever ago that I will be playing with quality mechanics, but I'm not quite there yet. I move my biolabs to what should be their final resting place and add a bunch more beacons. I then double it up, hoping that this will be sufficient for the rest of the playthrough. There are 2 technologies that I have to research where I'm unable to warp. This includes the final technology, so I have to plant myself on a planet and research through 25,000 of every science pack in the game. While that's researching, my platform's gonna have to defend me for an unknown amount of time, so again, fingers crossed that this is enough biolabs. Again, it's not tungsten, but at least I get to show you why artillery is great on Vulcanus. I can predict the Demolisher's path once I antagonize it, and the artillery completely deletes any opposition to my mining endeavors. Alright, so I need a little bit more practice with my targeting, but you can see what I mean here. The Demolisher quickly falls without any major risk to myself, opening up free reign to mine as much tungsten as I can. Since I'm not worried about losing it all to Demolishers, I'll even add a bunch more miners. This prompts me to expand some other production chains, like Tungsten Carbide. My next factory floor upgrade requires cryogenic science packs. I am so not ready for that, so I'm trying my best to cram whatever production that I can into as little space as possible. To me, this once again is peak Factorio. Solving the puzzle one piece at a time. I haven't really shouted out this production either for most of the playthrough. It has also been set up for the last 140 warp zones, faithfully producing every science pack that I've needed in the background. Aside from swapping out modules, this build will not be touched until the end of the playthrough. It just works, and that's all I can ask. With a supersized buffer tank comes supersized water requirements. Whenever I stop to fill up on a planet now, I'm using like 10 pumps just to make sure I fill the thing. Okay, Aquilo, it's time to take the leap. My SPM is all over the place, but it was as I was researching this technology that I had my epiphany. A looping belt that has its contents monitored. If I create a belt that feeds from the factory floor to the ground floor and then right back to the factory floor, Will circuit conditions monitor that properly? I set it to hold all belts to monitor the entire thing, and by all appearances, this is gonna work. This is what's going to finally allow me to freely and automatically exchange resources between my ground and factory floors. The part that hurts the most? I've been able to build this type of looping belt since I left my initial warp zone. Adversity sparks creativity, and I don't think I'd have come up with this if I hadn't been slapped down so hard by the warp trains. Right now, I'm setting up chests to pull science off of this looping belt. Aquilo research is at 99%, and now that I have this figured out, you're on the back burner, buddy. I got work to do. To supply the chests on the ground floor, I have requesters on the factory floor. These inserters will be monitoring the contents of the belt, so they will not insert if there are, say, 30 on the belt. I set the same thresholds for every science pack, creating my science sushi loop. Science will now be fed automatically with those circuit conditions, ensuring that the belt never completely fills with any one resource. It doesn't exactly facilitate blazing throughput, but it's fully automated. And there's absolutely no reason to only use this belt for science. Every resource can now be freely traded between floors. Except the garden floor. I can't get things back down there without using the warp chest, which again, I did not leverage in this playthrough. On the ground floor, I finally have green circuits and tungsten carbide fully automated. I can't even fathom how much smoother this playthrough would have gone if I'd figured this out in Warp Zone 2. But here we are in Warp Zone 367, so please learn from my mistakes. With that in place, I can confidently finish my Aquilo research and continue progressing. Like my Combinator build in Warp Zone 220, this build was the breakthrough I needed, facilitating my success for the remainder of the playthrough. I'm going to reward myself by bulk crafting turbo belts because this is so fun. While the garden floor has been trucking along faithfully, it's not without its problems. Just look at all these bots trying to charge. As you can see, I've completely given up on damaging asteroids. The fun part is that them simply breaking against my wall is enough to generate all of the asteroid chunks that I need. So yeah, not investing resources in rocket turrets anymore. But for the first time, I have made it to Aquilo. Everything is frozen, and how do I Aquilo again? I'll start by creating a stockpile of ammoniacal solution. To even fill these buffers, everything needs to be surrounded by heat piping. My struggles with heat are what lead me to eventually give up on the mechanic entirely. Like I mentioned before, I don't need any of this processing to happen on Aquilo. I just need to harvest the resources, then run away to warmer climes to process them. I didn't accomplish much at all on that first trip to Aquilo, but it was nice to dip my toes into the ammoniacal solution. It revealed that many of my steam turbines froze, make sense, so I add a bunch more heat piping. And I do mean a bunch more heat piping. I'm also realizing that I'm going to want to be transferring a lot more materials between my floors, so I extend my looping sushi belt. This also allows me the space to include undergrounds to bring heat pipes to my warp accumulator. I'm not sure if it was it or the turbines failing, but my grid was completely frozen on Aquilo. Enemy waves still spawn on Aquilo, so I have to keep my defenses active. Building out this Aquilo infrastructure for the second time ever, I completely forgot how it all worked. I'm setting up some processing for ammoniacal solution. This splits it into ammonia and ice. My mistake here is then continuing the ammonia chain to make rocket fuel? This is a complete waste of time. I don't know what I was thinking. I already have infinite rocket fuel coming up from my garden floor. I should be focusing on my power grid again because despite my upgrades, it's hit a point where once again it's not keeping up. Another early use for ammonia is combining it with ice to make ice platforms. I am going to want a small stockpile of these because the resources I need to gather are rarely right next to my platform. Fixing these fluids is so tedious. If I'm not immediately aware of this upon warping, the build just sits there idle. Alright, second trip to Aquilo, I'm only gathering more ammoniacal solution. I'm continuing down this rocket fuel rabbit hole, having to melt some of the ice so that I have water nearby. It's getting messier and messier for no reason. I get everything moduled and hooray, I'm producing rocket fuel from ammoniacal solution. And as soon as I realize how little I need this, I'm gonna be tearing it out. But first I need more bioflux. My garden floor has continued operating faithfully for all of these warp zones, but my supply is getting low. Back on Aquilo, I'm harvesting some of these ice formations. These are providing my first lithium, unlocking lithium processing. This is the start of the production chain I actually need to be focusing on. Smelting that lithium unlocks cryogenic plants, for which I have all of the materials being manufactured already with the exception of lithium. I continue expanding my sushi belt supplies, adding blue circuits from the ground floor. I have a circuit condition monitoring it so that when the ground floor has over 2,000 blue circuits, all additional blue circuits get fed down to the factory floor. Once I have blue circuits set up, I copy the settings over to also supply red circuits and LDS to the factory floor. Automation in an automation game. I'm so proud of me. And I pull another big brain move, creating a parameterized blueprint for inputting and outputting from this sushi belt. By copying an existing one and changing all of the variables to be parameters, I can now do this. I paste down the blueprint and a little window pops up asking me which resource I want, how much I want to keep on the sushi belt, and how much I want for the requester chest to have in it. I need to ensure the circuit is connected to the belt properly, otherwise it'll fill the entire lane with copper plates. I repeat the process for outputs from the belt, specifying the resource filter and how much I want to keep in stock. Now, simply stamping down 2 blueprints allows me to have copper plates automatically supplied from my factory to my ground floor. Boo-yah. Alright, let's see if my targeting has improved at all. I'm not going to say practice makes perfect, but practice definitely makes better. This tungsten patch was split across 2 demolisher territories, so after securing the first side of it, I whip out the artillery targeting system and fire at the other guy. Artillery has made gathering tungsten so much easier. Now that I own the whole patch, I stamped down another blueprint that I made. It's a little mining egg extension that I can use. I ran around the base swapping out modules, and power is now doing fine again. It's time to finally start going down that quality rabbit hole. I'm going to start with a very basic production chain, getting my first quality 3 modules. After taking a few moments to reflect and think about why I was so focused on rocket fuel from ammoniacal solution, it dawned on me. Before augmenting the system with ammoniacal solution, I was running out. I grabbed some artillery upgrades, but the priority is going to be rocket fuel productivity. I don't want to sacrifice valuable space on my ground floor to producing rocket fuel, so making the garden floor more effective seems like the better answer. Staying on that wavelength, I'm also going to pick up plastic bar productivity. These technologies should provide the boost I need for my garden floor until I'm ready to upgrade it again. Once I have some quality 3 modules, I'm sticking them right back into the lab to start the upcycling process of using higher and higher quality modules to make higher quality 3 modules. See? I still don't have enough raw supplies to branch far enough away from my platform to be able to effectively gather Aquilo resources. There's some lithium brine here that I'd love to extract, but I can't reach it. On the south side of my factory, there are some fluorine vents, which I also can't reach. I need more ice platforms. Breaking down all of those ice formations does provide some, as well as more lithium. Realizing how precious of a resource it is, I'm going to productivity module everything and smelt up another batch. This gives me enough lithium to start producing my first cryogenic plants. So it's time to immediately start replacing the build I just made. These replace my chemical plants, but instead of the innate 50% productivity bonus that the other space age buildings have, this one sports 8 module slots, which, if filled with my current productivity module 2s, will provide a 48% productivity bonus. I re-automate the build, this time with cryogenic plants, but they can't be used for all recipes. As you can see, I'm still melting ice with regular chemical plants. While I've been working away at that, my quality build has continued producing, now with a couple of rare quality 3 modules starting to pop up. I'm in no rush with this system, I'm simply going to let it run in the background. With cryogenic plants now open to me, it's time to set my sights on cryogenic science. That's going to require processing some fluoroketones, so I need fluorine and a lot more lithium. I am going to need a fair amount of ammonia, so I'll start stockpiling that instead of storing everything as raw ammoniacal solution. 10 tanks? Sure, that seems like a reasonable number that fits here. Cryogenic science brings with it some major upgrades. I can upgrade my warp base power again, multiplying my accumulator charge by 5. I can upgrade to Garden Platform 3, 1.5xing its potential productivity. And probably most impactful, I can do 2 factory platform upgrades. After some humming and hawing, I decided to push back the factory floor upgrades for the moment. I'd rather focus on quantum processors leading towards fusion reactors. I felt like once I had 1 or 2 of those online, I would never worry about power again. It became obvious to me that I could not wait to get there, so I'm gonna have to rebuild this. Unfortunately, this densely packed build is freezing up every time I get to Aquilo, so I'm gonna have to add heat piping in between every single set of boilers. While this does reduce my power potential, I have lots of room to put efficiency modules in, and I really need this thing working on Aquilo. As it stands, I can only be on the planet for a couple of minutes, and that is not enough time to gather an effective amount of resources. I've also realized that I don't need to process them all while I'm there. I simply need to gather them. So I'll set up 2 quick lines of heated tanks here, one for fluorine and one for lithium brine. If this isn't solid proof of my boilers freezing up without heat piping, I don't know what is. Anyway, this time I get super lucky with some lithium spawning right next to my platform. I wasn't quite ready for this, so I quickly throw together a little pipeline, get it heated, and I grab my first lithium brine. I need to get as much as I possibly can out of this little pump jack, so I get a bunch of speed modules around it. Show me the lithium brine. These tanks aren't exactly filling at an astronomical rate, but they are filling. Huzzah! I'll top off my ammoniacal solution while I'm here, and because my power system isn't completely frozen, I can actually keep producing stuff. I'm still not entirely secure though. My base does fail quite quickly on this planet. The last of my power is being shot out at these biter waves. Even after I've warped away, it does take my platform a couple of minutes to recover. Of course, after every Aquilo visit, I also have to go back through and fix all of my defenses. Because of the requirement of heat, I do have to take some of this out whenever I gather resources. Probably the most dangerous part of Aquilo is that my bots become very ineffective. The reason my power is not recovering is because there's no bots to help it recover. This presents a serious argument against bots because all of these heating towers were empty. Slowly, my factory thaws, power buffers refill, and activity resumes. I'm going to have to be a lot more careful about the duration of my visits to Aquilo moving forward. As I mentioned earlier, in this mod, you can place quality modules inside of beacons. I continue augmenting my quality build while I continue hunting for Aquilo. This time I find myself with lithium and fluorine reasonably close. Feeling like lithium was the more valuable resource right now, I start with that one. I create this janky little pigtail coming off of my base to get some heat out there. Luckily, power poles do not require heat. And then, of course, surround everything with as many speed modules as I can. The second half of why I went for lithium first is because I'm not really equipped to pull fluids from the bottom of my platform. For now, I'm going to create a new heat line across the entire exterior edge of my platform. I thought that was going to be my easiest way, but maybe I was wrong. I think I'm going to have to cut my losses on this one and just collect lithium, which in the next warp zone I will continue doing, risking landing on my previous planet. I found that lithium brine tended to spawn in smaller patches, so once I'm set up to harvest some fluorine, I should be able to get a lot of it all at once. Seeing how far away this patch was from my base, once again I'm having some hindsight. I'm once again considering some kind of build using barrels and the warp chest. I could bring out some heating towers and rocket fuel and set up a basic barreling automation using the warp chest. Just like the build I mentioned countless times already to secure water from my garden floor. But for this playthrough, I don't figure it out. I make an attempt at getting this fluorine regardless, but the waves are spawning on me, and I think my time on this planet is nearly done already. I do make a reasonable run at getting some remote heating out here, but it doesn't work out. And I never really revisit the idea. I keep having to run away from waves because my engineer is completely defenseless, and before I can capture a single unit of this fluorine, I need to tear it down and get out of here. With all these speed modules up here, this is an expensive thing to forget, so I'll take it too. and I start setting up some automation to begin using that lithium brine. Its only use is processing into raw lithium, which has allowed me to craft more cryogenic plants in preparation for fluoroketone. 3 warp zones later, I find a perfect array of fluorine vents. I quickly fill in everything with ice platforms and concrete, making sure to keep my bots very close to my engineer so that they don't consume power. Thank you, Michael Hendricks, for teaching me so much about this game. Unfortunately, I'm still not set up on the interior of my platform to transport this fluid up to the top tank, so I'm going to have to do it on the outside. Once again, I'm ensuring to keep my bots very close to me. With a short enough flight, they will not stop to recharge and instead jump immediately back into my inventory. One janky connection into my fluorine tank later, and there it is. I've officially started stockpiling my first fluorine gas, which I'll start using once I blow this popsicle stand. Of course, I want to get as much as I can out of the planet while I'm here, so you get a speed module and you get a speed module. Just because these buildings are frozen right now doesn't mean that I can't design with them. It's pretty much an identical build to everything we've seen so far, space for beacons and bot fed. I have to keep an eye on my perimeter defenses while I'm here, and while this does not look too bad, I think it's time to get out of here. Trust me when I say that with my platform in its current state, the danger on Aquilo is kind of like a light switch. Everything seems fine until suddenly that switch flips and my grid dies. Once I warp away and my buildings thaw, I produce my first fluoroketone. And would you look at that, one of the cryogenic science labs is already running. Fluoroketone is an interesting loop. It's produced hot from raw materials and then cooled in a second set of labs. Cold fluoroketone is then used to manufacture things, which is then heated up and spat back out as hot fluoroketone. I have a circuit monitoring the tank so that the hot fluoroketone is only being manufactured when it's necessary. I'm also barreling a bit of the fluoroketone for later. I now have 4 cryogenic labs producing my first cryogenic science. Cool! Another small quality of life thing is I'm deleting all of my bot assignments from my old base. It's quite annoying landing here and watching them try to fix things that I never need to use again. Of course, anytime I'm on a planet with water, I'm still filling up my buffer. I'm also creating myself a little Aquilo Go chest here. I'm filling it with concrete, ice platforms, and heat pipes. That way I can just grab and go the next time I land there. I'll also be setting aside some materials to finish filling in my biolabs. I don't quite have enough biter eggs, so it's back into battle to get some. With them secured, I can collect the biter eggs I need and go for my next research push, finishing quantum processors, and at a fairly reasonable rate of 500 SPM, I start on fusion reactors. My current power system, as you've heard me complain about innumerable times at this point, relies on water, and each of these steam turbines is currently outputting 5.82 megawatts peak. With legendary quality, this can go up to 14.5, but I'm aiming at the fusion generators, which produce 50 megawatts at their base tier. Once I automate quantum processors, I'll have everything that I need to make these. The thing that excites me the most about this is that fusion power does not require water. By the way, I stole some modules from the quality build to continue building more quality Tesla turrets. As I've collected more uncommon and rare Tesla turrets, I've been peppering them around my perimeter. The notable benefits of quality in this playthrough are definitely the increased range and health. I'm still taking fire from those strafers. Of course, scrap production never ends, and I love when I'm able to piggyback off of my base's power. I rough in a quantum processor build, but I can't set the recipe until I get back to Aquilo. So instead, I'll delete some random fluids in these pipes to get this working again. If I have to suffer with this, I'm bringing you with me. And the research grind continues. I'm right around the corner from having the final warp base power upgrade, which will increase my warp capacitor to 25 gigajoules. I'm at the end of my recent wish list, but instead of finishing off the garden floor upgrade, I instead reprioritize upgrading my factory platform. I feel like that's probably the next best step because it's feeling a little crowded down here. Back on Aquilo, I prioritized getting these quantum processors set up. On top of finishing those up, I'll also add automation back next to my ammonia for fusion power cells. I have the recipes set for my fusion power components in these other 2 cryogenic labs, but I'm not going to produce them here. I'm saving up to try and produce these in quality. After that, there was another convenient lithium brine off the top edge of my platform, so I grab what I can from that and bail. I'm now producing my first quantum processors. Boo-yah, that's one of the last endgame resources that I needed access to. Even with the added production spitting out more hot fluoroketone, this circuit condition is working a treat. What is not working a treat is this darn Gleba build. Every time I go to Aquilo, the entire build freezes, obviously, which completely breaks it. I faced two choices here: rebuild it with heat pipes or give up and simply reseed it every time I need agricultural science. Here's what my power grid looks like on Fulgora these days. This is 100% where I'm going to be doing the final research. It does not matter what the game throws at me while I'm on Fulgora. With effectively infinite power here, if I double up my Tesla defenses, I don't think anything gets through. This quality build is progressing nicely. My Quality 3 lab now has a 34.4% chance of creating a quality product. If you think 35% is high, just wait. This is going to be my life for a little while. Hunting for Aquilo, gathering as much as I can each time I land here, and continuing my cycle of stockpile, research, stockpile, research. And for bonus points, I'm now routing a fluorine pipe to travel through my factory. I'm finding that fluorine generally spawns to the south of my platform, so this feels prudent. I can now hook the pump jacks directly into this line without having to drag another one across my entire exterior. Doing that costs me too much precious time on this planet. While I feel most confident on Fulgora, I definitely feel least confident on Aquilo. This is supposed to be some frozen ocean world on the edge of the solar system. Why are there so many biters and strafers here? Gosh, I love Warptorio. Aquilo is not my only focus. I do still need all of the other supplies that I have to gather manually. I've crested into the 400s now. In Warp Zone 403, I get my next factory floor upgrade. I also decided, with my current tungsten income, to swap over a couple of these buffer chests to tungsten ore from stone. The next factory floor upgrade does require more agricultural science, so I have to go egg hunting and reseed it again. With artillery, though, this isn't too bad, and I still feel it was the better choice than redesigning it with heat pipes. I don't plan on returning to Aquilo until I'm done with this latest research push. With the final factory platform upgrade nearly complete, I add captive biter spawner into the mix. Another massive upgrade to my resource economy would be productivity module 3s, which I am not prepared to produce en masse until I have this technology. I missed it actually triggering, but this is the final size of my factory platform. I can't even fit the entire thing on screen at the same time. It's pretty wild to me how small this existing factory floor looks compared to the space that I now have to build in. 2 warp zones later, and I finish the research for captive biter spawners. I have my garden floor research up to 99% again, but I'm not quite ready to commit to that. Remember, when that upgrade triggers, it'll delete all of my landfill and everything that's on it down on that floor. I want to be prepared for that, so I instead start researching promethium science and more scrap productivity. I think it's now also time to commit to railguns. It would be nice to go through a transition period without my ears starting to bleed from all the alerts. I've also unlocked all of the warp time extensions, so I'll grab them now. That'll keep the factory busy for a little while I bulk craft more belts. Really, I have not done much of this, and it actually does de-stress me. I can't explain why, it's just fun. But being too distracted with all of that, my water tank ran dry. I am so looking forward to when I can make the switch over to fusion power. If you're curious why I didn't make the swap to nuclear, it's the exact same problem. It's still a heat-based system outputting using steam turbines like I am anyway right now. I wanted to give you a sense of how often I'm reseeding this Gleba build, so here I am doing it again. Believe it or not, it's actually a decent system as long as it doesn't freeze. After that latest batch of belts, I feel confident deconstructing this. I should have all of the turbo belts I need for the remainder of the playthrough. From recycling quality modules, I'm also getting a bunch of quality materials. Unfortunately, I never actually use any of them. They'll just be in these chests till the end. I finished the railgun research, and before I'm able to research that final percentage on garden floor, I queue up even more. I was playing with the idea of legendary quality, but I don't end up committing to it. Also, also going for more electrical weapon damage. My science has kept up fairly well, to be honest, and it's really only the space age packs that I'm lacking. Now, I want to continue focusing on fusion power. I surround this cryogenic plant with as many beacons as I can possibly get in contact with it. I will be producing my fusion components here if I can be patient enough to wait till Aquilo. My goal is to absolutely fill that entire build with quality modules. I want the highest odds possible. And with my best modules inserted into the plant, I have a 69.4, pretty nice, chance of getting a quality upgrade. Cool beans, I think that can be a little bit higher, so I'm gonna prep for that garden platform upgrade. It's now a 70.6% chance. And my poor bots, here you go fellas, have another few places to charge yourselves. Okay, back to prepping the garden floor. I tear out all of the landfill, all of the machines that are on top of it, and finish the upgrade to Garden 3, which I unfortunately missed again. Watch my power grid get completely maxed out. 1 second. I need to get some more efficiency modules spread around the factory, and that prompted me to immediately start on my fusion power. The first one finishes crafting, and it's uncommon quality. Boo-yah. I've got a few more of these to produce, but that's a great start. I then rebuild the newly expanded garden platform identically to how it was before. Thankfully, these steam turbines never run out of water, so this is free power. Then I'm back to the Aquilo grind. Thank goodness some forward-thinking person made piping fluorine through my base a lot easier. Because I require less of it overall, and I find it in more dense patches, I'm primarily focusing on harvesting lithium. About 1 in 4, maybe 1 in 5 trips, I'm gathering fluorine. I finished producing my fusion reactors, 6 of them in total, 5 uncommon and 1 common. The first one I craft is just base quality, but don't worry, there are more that I need to make. Despite my best efforts to augment my stone supplies with lava production, it's just not enough. Every few warps I have to gather more of it. Goodness me, finally this build pays off. I get a second rare generator. Because these components are so expensive, I'm not aiming for best top quality here. I'm just looking to augment my power system and maybe find that cruise control button till the end of the playthrough. This upcoming fusion build, along with the 40 turbines and the garden floor, I'm hoping is enough. My science supplies are looking incredible with over 5,000 of every pack except electromagnetic. There are 2 technologies that force you to remain on a planet while they research. Warptorio synthetic promethium for 5,000 of every science pack, and the win condition for 25,000 of every science pack. Wanting to test the waters, I'll try the lesser of the 2. While that's researching, I'll continue building fusion generators, another common one, that's okay. And it becomes very apparent very quickly that I'm not ready for this. My research is brutally slow right now. I've only completed 1% and the waves are already ramping up to the point where I'm bailing. That did provide some nice information though. I'm really happy that I did that test. It's clear to me now that I want railguns on all sides. So, since I already have it set up, I'll try for some quality ones. An uncommon personal one for me, and then of course the big daddies of space-age asteroid defense. But I also want to leverage them against the enemies attacking my base. Most of my efforts are going towards that, so I'm just going to clear out my research queue for the time being. I make it to the void and prepare for another rebuild. I'm tearing out every single steam turbine on my ground floor. Please, garden floor, provide me with enough power to limp through this upgrade. I then realized that these steam turbines were bridging my water supply between the 2 sides of my bases, so I have to find a quick method to route that guy through. But alright, I've now got all of this space to build up my fusion power. Because I just kinda stole ship designs in my last playthrough, I haven't actually made my own fusion reactor yet. I did look at a few blueprints for inspiration, but I will be building this myself. It's critical that this remains functioning even on Aquilo, so of course heat piping everywhere. And it comes together pretty smoothly, except for one key mistake, but I'll realize that when I try turning it on, which I'm gonna have to do really soon because my power is not good. Maybe deconstructing all of the steam turbines was a bit premature. I need the base powered because fusion power does require input power to get started. My accumulator is recharging and I think I can kick this thing off. This is why I was barreling some cold fluoroketone. Fusion power requires cold fluoroketone as an input and will output hot fluoroketone. I have cryogenic plants here to cool it back down and feed it back into the system, and it's supposed to be a closed loop. I have common, uncommon, and rare pieces in there, and I think that messed things up a bit. I will be needing to constantly come back to this setup to purge fluoroketone. And with that, hooray, fusion power, but not everything is turning on. Oh, those aren't inputs. Just flip those around, stick them back in, pipe it, heat pipe it. With those generators flipped, I take a look at my power generation, and for the first time, I'm able to output above a gigawatt. So it's time to double up on my perimeter defense. I do have to cut back a couple of builds. I didn't build with 100% foresight, but that's okay. I was like 90% of the way there. I get the entire perimeter filled in, making sure that it's still connected to heat pipes. I was hoping that this would increase the amount of time I could spend on Aquilo so that I could harvest more resources per trip. Speaking of, I need to add a bit more redundant heating just in case. And with my Garden Floor 3 humming away happily, I don't need rocket fuel from Ammoniacal Solution anymore. Not that I really needed it to begin with, but I'll refill the space with more ammonia processing. I am killing it in my science stockpile, but not with electromagnetic science. I even have 10,000 cryogenic science now, wowza. I had way too much agricultural science, so to keep the platform busy, I'm gonna research a bunch of health upgrades. Goodness knows this egghead could use them. And I'm feeling a bit cheeky. I want a Spidertron. I am not done upgrading these labs, and watching them in their current form fly through these technologies is definitely helping with my confidence. Even if they're not making pretty colors. This guy's so established, you might be thinking. Well, this guy is still gathering water manually. I took another look at this technology for Warptorio synthetic promethium. Looking at this recipe, why would I ever do this? I'm still throwing out thousands of promethium chunks. But if I'm going to want to get through that win condition technology, I'm going to need to step up my game. I found myself staring at this factory and wondering if I was actually going to rebuild it all. There are definitely systems that need improving, but the task felt quite daunting. There's nothing to do but start taking it one bite at a time. I was hoping too that a bunch more mining productivity would be a good idea. Most notably for tungsten, which mines quite slowly. Just look at me ripping through these technologies. In hindsight, maybe getting some of these cheaper productivity upgrades would have been worthwhile much earlier. I grab every single level of the warp mining productivity and start working into the vanilla mining productivities. At least until their costs start hitting the thousands, that's when I roll back a little bit. My steel productivity could use a little bit of encouragement, and I'll grab more health upgrades. I'm not ready for them yet, but I'll preemptively grab some railgun damage too. Electromagnetic science is catching up, red of all things is falling behind. So anyway, railguns, I really want them. They won't be as impactful for enemy defense as the Tesla turrets, but then I noticed that they have 4,000 health in their base quality. These railguns are going to be the bouncers of my ship. I make it back to Fulgora to take another shot at the synthetic promethium technology. Note that while this technology is researching, my time to warp has paused. Like I mentioned, this and the win condition technologies are the only ones that do that. This one is a prerequisite to the win condition, so I can't think of a better test. There are a couple things that stand out to me. My research rate is adequate, but I'm seeing those same fluctuations I saw before because of the freshness of my agricultural science. My power grid is not really keeping up, but note that I'm under a gigawatt. Not all of my fusion power is currently firing, but my theory about Fulgoran lightning storms proves true. My accumulator charge is skyrocketing during the lightning storm. At around 1/3 complete, it looks like it's stabilized, but then it absolutely falls off of a cliff. Okay, what's going wrong? I have no idea. I'm assuming that this was something to do with freshness again. I honestly did not do a great job of capturing the waves coming at my defenses because they were dying so quickly. You can see a few piles where they were attacking from, which is actually good information to have. I revealed a couple of chinks in my armor, but I complete the penultimate technology without issue. I now have access to the final technology, but there are more things I want to research first. Now when I warp between planets, I will randomly travel via the shattered planet. I think Warp Zone 440 broke something though, because I've had access to promethium forever. My power production drops even lower. Okay, what's going on down here? This is the first time that I noticed that the cold fluoroketone tank is filled. That resulted in a backlog of the system, but that's not my only issue. I'll find that one once it breaks again, but for now I wanted to focus on my science. The final technology requires 25,000 of every science pack, including promethium, which I am not producing. I'm going to unlock all of these buffers to make sure that I have enough to do it in one push. Also, since I'm going to be increasing my production and starting to utilize promethium asteroid chunks, I'm going to have to supersize this build. Before any of that though, I want Productivity 3 modules, which starts with Biter Captivity, which I can build inside of my quality setup, increasing the spoilage timer. Heck yes! Now, I didn't do much math in this playthrough, but I did do some. The final research, as I've mentioned, requires 25,000 of every science pack. Space Age offers research productivity as an infinite technology. My question was if getting a couple levels of research productivity would save me in the 25,000 research. I determined, and I really hope I'm not wrong about this, that getting 2 levels should save me in the long run. Including researching the 2 levels of productivity, it should cost me a total of 23,474 packs instead of the 25,000 pack to just research the final technology. In theory, this should save me just north of 1,500 packs. But wait, there's more! With those 2 technologies and Productivity 3 modules in my biolabs, I will have a total productivity of 60%. That's a multiplier of 1.6 on top of the biolab's 50% science drain. So that gives me an effective multiplier of 3.2. Because of that, I should only need 7,813 of each science pack to complete the final research. I'll definitely be overshooting that just in case my math can't be trusted. Part of my preparations for this final push is going to include mining more uranium. As I drag out my water line, I'm just thinking to myself, couple stacks of ice would have been a lot easier. But you live, you learn, right? Having a high mining productivity multiplier is wild. I'm getting like 3.5 ore for every time this machine operates, and it's operating fast. Realizing that I was sucking all the water out of my base, I went to refill it, but my line is too long now. It's fine, I have plenty of pumps, but ice melting on site, just saying. Anyway, I capture a fair supply of uranium and I can start processing it immediately. Alright, time to gather more biter eggs. With no amount of difficulty or unnecessary risk at all. I think I was officially too tired at this point. Why didn't I build any Tesla turrets close to these nests? I mean, even one would have made a difference. I take the most unnecessary death ever. But anyway, Productivity 3 modules, hooray! While I wanted to get those producing, the real goal here was to create my own captive biter spawner. Higher quality spawners do come with the advantage of processing more quickly, but the biggest advantage is that the spoilage timer is longer. Nearly 40 minutes on the eggs as opposed to the standard quality's 30. Lucky for me, I already have ample bioflux coming up to this floor, so I just need to belt it down. While I did use biter captivity in my last playthrough, I have never made my own spawners. As such, I'm learning, and I really didn't like where I had this one. This is also why I'm building it right here in the corner, surrounded by Tesla turrets. This is gonna take forever. This is a good idea. Artillery, help! Okay, that actually wasn't bad. I'll just finish it off real quick. Pop, pop. Anyway, promethium science. Sometimes I do have to stop and take a moment to appreciate this thing working. Much better. Good thing I found my zen before I came to clear out these pipes again. But with my first Productivity 3 modules installed into it, I produce my first promethium science pack. Bioeggs are now automated, quantum processors are automated, and I can finally offload this promethium from my factory floor. I do a test run of my new build with the research productivity technology. As far as my resource production goes, I only have a couple of small tweaks to make. Plus, I need to start building these railguns. After some consideration, I did decide to surround the entire perimeter with them, and I'm very glad that I made that decision. The first one I craft is uncommon, so I'm off to a good start. I haven't had to do really anything on the garden floor here. As you can see on the right-hand stack of buildings, most of them don't even have recipes. If and only if I find myself needing more of something, I'll add it. I have continued upcycling my quality modules, and I do have another regret. I've continued stockpiling quality parts that I never actually use. I wish that I'd invested them into, say, quality productivity 3 modules. Oh well, with railguns in my sights, I need to re-add explosive productivity to the garden floor. Biter eggs spoiling terrifies me, so I am manually moving them between floors. I've also installed a couple of turrets down here, just in case. And I supersized my asteroid build. It's exactly the same as the last build, just larger. I'm now in the process of running around my base, slowly upgrading every building to Productivity 3 modules. While doing this, I'm watching my science numbers build. I have roughly everything I need except for Promethium science. My biggest shortfall right now are quantum processors, and Aquilo is not making this any easier. My staying power has dramatically improved on this planet, but it's still a struggle. It doesn't help that I was getting quite impatient at this point in the playthrough and was starting to take a lot of risks that were completely unnecessary. Survive the biters, no problem. Oh, wait, there's strafers coming. Oh gosh, oh gosh. Hep. Dead again. Those 65,000 units of fluorine tell me that was worth it. I won't need to gather any more of that for the rest of the playthrough, and my Promethium science continues to climb. While that continues, I'm going to robustify a little bit of my production down here. I'm also adding a quick bit of production for uranium fuel cells. I've wanted what they'll provide me for a very long time. Now feeling a bit more confident with the biter eggs, I double up my production and surround it with Tesla turrets. I said a bit more comfortable. Adding my first cryogenic lab to the factory floor really makes me want to see how far I can push Warptorio. How much could I produce in this space? I think that's going to be a question for another video because I'm still filling my water tank manually. My squishy brain is in need of a break, I think. I added speed modules to my cryogenic plants, so fusion power is working now as long as I dump the tanks regularly. I then continue rebuilding some of the weaker elements in my factory, tungsten carbide being a big one. I re-automate batteries, now with 8 Productivity 3 modules in each, you gotta love it, and continue watching my science trickle in. I was also looking to add some efficiency down here, and I'm noticing that my bots are spending a lot of time flying across the entire factory. So I'll slap the circuit build here, right next to the production. I bet there's some bot in this network that was sitting there saying like,
I made this recommendation 300 warp zones ago.
Yeah, management has heard your complaints, and I'm also going to swap over my asteroid chunk build to output onto belts, after manually producing a bunch more logistics bots. Old habits die hard. As I plug in some scrap mining, you may notice that I've been busy designing my final perimeter, rail guns and all. Unlike my sushi belt above, I am limited to only the 4 items between the factory and garden floor. I've chosen jelly, bioflux, plastic, and explosives. I had an idea for another monitored belt, but I never actually tried out. I just didn't need to in this playthrough. Those uranium fuel cells finished producing, which means I can finally install a fission reactor into my power armor. I have been constantly running out of power with it, and now I don't think I ever will again because I crafted 2 of these bad boys. Since I'm limited to only the 4 ingredients from my garden floor, I do have to start producing rocket fuel on this floor. Luckily, jelly and bioflux, which are supplied, have me covered. Bioflux is used for like everything, and remember, I'm using the jelly to create lubricant. That's keeping my bot network alive and my yellow science pumping. I automate the first batch of railgun ammunition, but I will be adding more of these. I mentioned a second ago that I was looking to convert my asteroid chunk processing into a pure belt system, no more bots. I think this bird's eye view pretty much summarizes why that needs to happen. I am asking way too much of my bots. This is costing me an insane amount of power. So let the new spaghetti commence as I start swapping this over to belted outputs. Because I didn't build it with belts in mind, there's a bit of wiggliness I have to contend with, but it should work. I'm going to set up a straight line of storage chests for the bots to grab from. I add 2 chests for each material type that I'm getting from asteroids, and the rest of the belt terminates in a couple of recyclers. This tweak completely changed the power demands of my bot network. No wonder I've struggled with power for this entire playthrough. Railguns are super cool in that they're one of the few entities that you can place on a diagonal. This was the second motivation for me installing them on my corners. The first being their immense health pools, and like I've mentioned before, it's my corners that take the most abuse. I do have to be careful though, because railguns will destroy everything in front of them. Sweet, I'll rebuild the rest of the corner, and then I start trying to determine how far apart I want my railguns spaced. Railguns also have incredible range, so I should be able to get off the first shot against those strafers. Back in a Void World, it's time to commit and build out my final defenses. Doubled up railguns with 7 Tesla turrets in between. This, of course, is backed up by the second line of Tesla turrets behind that. I pepper the higher quality ones across the build, reserving the highest quality ones for my corners, with a smaller gap between the railguns in the center. Hopefully, this gives me pretty even coverage against the waves. I'm definitely going to want more railguns. It's a good thing I've been stockpiling so much. To account for ammo delivery and heat pipes, I do have to leave some gaps, but I fill them with laser turrets. With some requester chests for railgun ammo right at the edge of the platform, I do need to adjust my robot network. This would have been another instance in which higher quality would have helped. Higher quality roboports do have a greater range. I continue producing more railguns in my quality build. Since the last time I updated you, it's only increased to a 71.2% chance for a quality item. Meanwhile, I'm over halfway there on Prometheum Science. I make some final adjustments, and I think I'm happy with this design. I ended up with a single epic quality railgun, which ended up in my top left corner. It's almost comical seeing the range of that one as compared to the rest. This is a rare one on the right side. I need to make some corrections with my heat piping because I'm not done on Aquilo yet. And most exciting, I'm taking my life into my hands here, stepping into the line of fire, but I'm able to get through warp transitions without my ears bleeding. Even during the full chaos of these warp transitions, I don't have a worry in the world. Gosh, I love railguns. But I have to stay focused. The lithium grind continues. Even with stacked turbo belts, I have completely overburdened this system. I'm going to have to at least double up that output belt. And yes, I'm going to continue complain about all of this endgame technology, and here I am, manually filling my water buffers. I am currently in Warp Zone 472. I don't want my railguns to be targeting things like biters. Their immense damage is going to be reserved only for the chunkiest targets. Okay, I'm starting to get impatient. Let's get some speed modules down here. I am so close to beating this mod pack. 5.3k Prometheum Science. To fully optimize things, I should get another level of railgun damage. I'm not quite able to one-shot these asteroids. You know, maybe. I think I'm doing fine with resources. With a little bit of belt magic feeding the left side underground while the right side weaves through the new gap, I can double the output of this build, but it's still not enough. Even with most of that second line going straight to the recyclers, I'm still not going to be outputting fast enough. But, good enough. I am up to just shy of 8,000 Prometheum Science, which means I should have enough. As I head towards the final battle, I want to take a moment to say thank you. To the patrons and members on screen right now, your support means more than I can ever properly express. Thank you so much for supporting this dream, and to everyone who watches, engages, and shares, thank you for being here. These videos take a huge amount of time and energy, and I genuinely couldn't make them without you. From the bottom of my shell, thank you so much. Now, I've got some butts to kick. What do you say we wrap this thing up? All of those alerts we've been hearing is actually my railguns destroying my own walls. I do a quick once-over of every single system, making sure that it's all good to go. Verify my science stock. Apparently I'm up to 12,000 Prometheum now. With everything checked and double-checked, it's time to commit to this. To say the least, in the moment, I was nervous. Oh, God. Here we go. Here we go. My SPM rate instantly shoots up to 1.1k. Okay, this is good news. The waves start slow, but... Oh, yeah, it arcs so much. I experience the typical freshness dip, but it recovers soon after. Approaching halfway through the research, the waves are definitely picking up, but most don't even get close. This epic railgun on the top right corner is savage. This has historically been my weakest corner, and I have no problems. This epic quality railgun has 7,600 health and tears through enemies. But Warptorio is not messing around. It is sending everything at me. Good news too, the strafers seem to target the railguns most of the time. And the Teslas mop up everything else. Was I maybe a little overly cautious in my defenses? No, they are still able to do damage to me, therefore it's not excessive. These attack waves are so fun to watch though. They just melt to my turret fire. As I crest 70%, things are getting really serious. We're crossing that threshold into the realm of silly, but my defenses are standing firm. Throw everything you've got at me, Warptorio. I can take it. This epic railgun is seriously the MVP of my defenses on this corner. Even so, 92% of the way there, and I'm starting to take some real damage. To the point where I'm bringing my engineer up just to help out. The waves continue from all sides. I'm 98% of the way there. I'm 99% of the way there. And I'm gonna leave you in the hands of Live Me as I wrap this up. Holding steady. Melting the enemies. I think I've got it. Nothing better than a completed game of Factorio. Jesus Christ. Done. Thanks again for watching. If you didn't quite follow everything I was doing in this playthrough, check out my first adventure into Space Age. I dive deeper into mechanics and discuss what I learned along the way. Much love, and stay exceptional, everyone.